All right,
All right,
all right, all right,
the
all right. We're
10
live.
minutes.
We're live again. Technical issues resolved.
All right.
Hopefully, let me pull it up on the old YouTube here and make sure we're all set.
Take a gander.
Take a gander. Go to the
Yeah,
live.
it all fixed up.
It's not lagging anymore.
No, we're chilling.
Okay, so it did. It swapped the whole OBS resolution to 4K, and it was
Oh, you were
having a tizzy. It was throwing a fit. So I
you were trying
fixed
to
it.
stream it in 4K. I wonder why.
I had to go into like the system settings of the entire OBS, downscale the resolution back to 1080, and then resize everything. So like it's fixed now. Like if I go back to my big cam, it's back to being normal what it usually is. So I just can't play 4K footage on this, which sucks.
Just downscale it.
Yeah.
Downscaling hurts my brain.
You're just doing it for if you're doing it for streaming, it's just background stuff.
Yeah, that's why I'm like I could just play like old footage, but like it gets lame after a while.
I guess, but if you just want to use the same old footage, just so you can download videos from YouTube that are in 4K in 1080p.
Yeah.
I could also if I go into HitFilm, right, Oracle, and I finish one video and I export it to 4K like I would normally, can't I also just do the same thing but then export it to 1080p and downscale it via export?
Yeah, you can export it in 1080p.
Okay.
All right.
Will that mess up all the edits and stuff though because it's a different?
No, it should do the same exact thing.
Oh, okay. Because I could just do that too. I really wanted the ballahack footage in the background as we talk about the trip because that just makes fucking sense. But sorry, people who are gonna watch this either in the future who are gonna get here later and see this. I can't do that because technology's stupid and YouTube is dumb. So you get old footage. Sorry, I didn't come prepared because YouTube does not handle 4K well at all. They don't like it. They're anti 4K.
No, do you know how much information there is in 4K? Streaming in 4K is
you're not wrong. I'm gonna write a comment on my post.
Well, that was a hassle.
Well, let's start the stream because I'm gonna leave in like 10 minutes now.
Why aren't you just doing your taxes right now?
I can't do that while you fucking talk in the background.
Aren't you just doing it online?
Yeah.
Yeah, can you just pull up a tab and do your TurboTax W-2, just type in the information and then send it and you're good? Isn't that how that works?
Well, yes, but you know I worked like 3 jobs last year.
So you got 3 different W-2s, which means you file 3 different tax returns, essentially.
Yes, I'm not doing that on...
So are
I'll
you
stay
not
for,
doing
I will stay
are you
for 15 minutes. Let's just...
Are you on a call?
Just
what is the process?
do the stream. Don't worry about me. Just do the stream. I will be here for like 15 minutes.
What is the process? People, this is urgent. We need to know what the process is. What is the process for your taxes? Are you on the phone with somebody? Is someone helping you? Is it H&R Block?
No.
We're just exposing him on stream.
Because Oracle always finds a way to like.
Because I don't want to sit here. I don't mind being in the stream for a while, but I don't want to sit here and listen to you rabble for 2 hours. We already did that for 28 hours on the drive up and down.
That's the fun part, bro. You weren't here for the sleepover, so you don't understand.
All right, so I did miss some of it.
That was the fun. Hanging out with the boys is part of the fun.
I know, and I don't have to do it live streamed. I can just do it normally.
You know what bothers me is that I can't actually see if I have viewers.
You have
from OBS.
We have 6 watching right now.
We have 6?
Yeah.
All right, listen. I'm looking at the webcam. You guys, you 6 people, which might be 2 of us, so 4 of you really, not in the chat. What is wrong with you? I'm sorry, but with through OBS is what I'm looking at right now is the recording software I use. I can't see if anyone's actually watching this, so like, you have to like talk to me to let me know you exist. If not, we're just talking to each other, which is fine. I'm okay with that.
I was gonna say because the streams get like they got like 90 views like after we did it.
Yeah, and I think we had a good amount of concurrent viewership.
Yeah, the first one was 2 hours. We had
For the
79
tier
views.
list. The tier list
The
got quite a few views actually.
the
Um,
second one was 3 hours and got 90 views, and there's 6 currently watching this
like
one.
Oracle, I'm sorry. I should have started the stream like 30 minutes ago because that's how long it takes to get this up off the ground, because I make the post on Facebook and then it takes people like 15 to 20 minutes if they're on top of it to actually look at it and see what's going on. So like by the time we get enough people in here that are actually interested in what we have to talk about, you have to leave. So I'm like, I'm sorry.
Well, I said I'm
Punisher.
here. Well, I'm here.
Wait,
I said, well, I'm here. Let's talk. Let's go. I'm here. Let's go. There's 4 people that have been waiting 30 minutes for you to actually start fucking talking about airsoft.
all right. Listen here, Oracle. Listen here. This is not how things usually go. All right, I had technical difficulties because OBS sucks. Okay. Punisher's in the chat though, which I believe Punisher, that is Zach from the Stingers. I think. I think. Am I right? Correct me if I'm right. If that's Zach from the Stingers, it could not be. There might be another person that's Punisher, and I'm getting them mixed up because there's a lot of people that we play with all the time. But I want to say, before we even get into any of this, like trip and the ballahack experience and everything else, Oracle probably hasn't looked at the YouTube channel. But the first ballahack video, which I didn't expect to do as well as it did, is sitting at like 800 views, and the channel only has maybe 50 subscribers. So like, it got some traction. It is now the highest viewed video on the channel. I'm fairly proud about that. For no real reason, I will say that the
Given that
ballahack
algorithm.
video, yeah, it was the clickbait, really, is what it was. But the ballahack videos
Given
probably
that
have some of my better editing. I really like the sounds. Well, not like I like the music I found for it. I thought the music was actually kind of really made the video a little bit extra. The gameplay in the video, on the other hand, isn't super crazy. There was a lot of awesome moments that we all had as a team, and I got most of them on GoPro, but it just doesn't translate the same watching it back to actually what it was like being in the moment in those experiences. Uh, Needless to say, I was very excited when I was editing. I was super hyped to see all
My
these interactions go down, like in
my
the
video
backseat.
is not been started yet.
You probably got a lot of good footage from the attack and defend, though, from day
I
one
do.
on that
Yeah,
side.
I was working on my thumbnail, but I might change it because it was
Did
kind of whack.
you for that attack and defend, when they rushed you guys on that left side? I don't know where you guys were, if you guys were live. Did you hear me yell at your guys' side? Because
I
you
don't.
can you see it's clipped in my video. You see me literally yell at the guys in the tower building and hopefully getting to you guys on that left flank, because you had maybe 30 guys running at you through the open trail over by that school bus and the little bunker by the pond. And I just screamed, dude.
Was
Just
that
trying
the
to get
day
people to
one
look that way.
attack
Yeah,
and
the day
defend?
one. Day one
Yeah.
attack and defend.
Oh, I mean, we were shooting people like through that trail almost the entire time they were
Dude, but
coming down.
Clayton, I think, gives me a shout out, and he's like, "Hey, there's a lot of guys coming," and I turn, and there's just a wave of blue guys just running in the open, and I just I lose it, bro. I'm like, dude, like, what is going? No one's calling this out, no one's looking at it, and I'm like, this is crazy. I wish I had been a little bit closer on that left side. I would have been able to do a lot more, but they moved up too quickly, and I had, the same 30 guys on my side coming through a trail too, which is really shitty that I happened to die where I did on that attack and defend holdout there, waiting for an LMG guy to reload and get all his shit together, which took like 20 minutes. But I wasn't gonna leave him there to die, essentially. But
No.
cool moment. I just wanted to see if you guys heard that call out from me because it was wicked loud and I yelled like crazy. But let's get into the trip and what that was like. So for all of you guys who haven't heard from us in a while, we took, I think it was like a 5-day trip down to Virginia. And shout out to Oracle's parents. He's in the call right now, not his parents, but he is. They let us stay at their place and were super wonderful the whole time and put up with us, a bunch of young guys being hooligans. And you know, I don't want to be rash, but I think his dad actually really enjoyed it, surprisingly enough.
No, he did. So when I called him the other day, and he was like, "Yeah, I liked all the guys, but Odin was my favorite."
Odin is everyone's favorite. He's a hilarious guy.
Yeah, you know, he was like, "Next time when you guys come next year, just we'll have to do more touristy stuff, which we can do. We'll plan it out around an event, and you know, we'll do it more on our schedule.
Maybe we'll plan it out and do like a full week. You know, we did 2 travel days, so it was really like 3 days over there. But I think if we plan it like a year ahead of time, we might be able to squeeze a full week out of some of the guys. Clayton, I know for sure will do a full week. For sure, if we do a February thing, if it's in the winter, I will be there 100% full week.
Me too.
CJ, do you graduate this year or is it next year?
No, next year.
Next year. So you'd have to take a week, but you know what's happening this weekend?
No.
This upcoming weekend is their February big off. So like, and you have vacation. So like we could plan it around your Christmas vacation. And you know, whatever happens to be money wise, I think we could handle that. I'm hopefully going to be better prepared next year, and I'll save a bunch of money if we plan on doing this trip so that I can better facilitate helping people make the trip.
Yep. Dusty, what do you use for a photo editor?
Like a video editor?
No, like
I use 3D Paint, bro. Like it's trash.
3D Paint.
Bro, don't hate on Paint. That is the classic. It works.
Like Microsoft Paint.
Yes, it works.
Yeah, it's like 3D Paint because it's like it's really shite. I'm not gonna lie, it's trash, but it lets me to do the little things I need to do because I don't know how to use
Do you have
so.
paint.net?
No.
Oh,
but
I would use that. Use
Guys,
that. That one is better.
The Aiden Cole is in the chat. That's a total broski response there, but one of the Coles is in the chat. Which Aiden is that Lil Cole?
I think that's Lil Cole. Yep.
Lil Cole. Yeah, if you're a Cole and you're talking to the warfighters, it's Big Cole or Cole. We don't know your real names. We just know Big Cole, Lil Cole.
Big Cole, Lil Cole.
Big Cole, Lil Cole. That's all we know. And then Mr. Cole, Daddy Cole.
Well, yeah.
But we got Grumpy in here. Hi, Grumpy. Grumpy, you could join the call if you wanted to. You are part of the team. I know his call sign's cannon fodder, but I kind of want to change it to Grumpy. But I think there might be another Grumpy. It's kind of a common call sign. So, like, could we get away with it? Probably. I haven't, in the past few years that I've been playing, I haven't seen any beef over call signs. So I think we're fairly okay there.
I have. I was wearing my Ace of Spades patch at Warrior one time, and this chick started beefing me that I stole her friend's call sign. I was like, bro, it's not even my call sign. Chill.
But you were wearing a patch. It's not a call sign patch, though.
No, I know. I was like, chill. No, not me, bro.
Okay, it's just Cole. My little cousin is Lil Cole. So this must be Big Cole. Unless there's a middle Cole that we haven't played with a lot. Is there a middle Cole that we just don't know about?
Probably.
The Big American flag. Okay, so that's got to be Big Cole. That's Big Cole. That's Big Cole.
Big Cole.
But I mean, driving down. So guys, we drove down there and back. We took 2 separate vehicles. The drive actually wasn't that bad. It was shitty. Don't get me wrong. Like
The drive up
13
was
hours,
a lot better.
13
better than
hours
the
in a
drive down.
car was terrible.
The drive down was a lot worse than the drive back up.
Yeah, the drive back up went fairly smoothly, other than that New York section. But that's New York. It's gonna
That was
suck.
fine.
That was awful, bro. What are you talking about?
It was awful.
It's New York. That's how it's gonna be.
Shut up.
It was trash, especially like getting
Awful.
off the bridge there. I'm literally in the lane. Like I think you had gotten in, and I was.
You
like,
mean to
"Dude, I'm
drive
not
down?
getting in." The
Oh,
drive
you mean the
down-
drive down? When you missed the turn for the
No, that
bridge,
was
yeah.
fine. We didn't get into like any heavy traffic or anything like that. On the way back down, or the way back up, I should say, the way up, when we were getting off that little exit ramp, and it was a two-lane exit ramp, I got stuck in the left side, and I had to tell Odin to tell you to stop so I could get in front of you. So that we could,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
because there's traffic was crazy.
I did not like New York. You know what?
Yeah,
You know,
New York was
actually-
like the only bad part. Everywhere else was going through
Actually-
Baltimore was fine. Traffic,
Yeah,
but fine.
it smelt there for some reason. Like it was.
Yeah,
Did
'cause
you
it's a
not see
city.
all the scrap metal in the trash and fucking
Yeah, there's
everything else that
trash
was
and-
there? And we missed DC. We didn't go through DC, so that was pretty cool.
You didn't miss anything.
It
These
went
were-
pretty quick. It just felt like it was forever.
What are you talking? Oh wait, yeah. I had another 2-hour drive from you though. So
Well, I did too. So I ended up driving. I had to drive to Dayton or Buxton to drop Clayton off, and then I had to drive to Wyndham to drop Homeboy off, and then I went to Swift's house and I hung out there for like 2.5, 3 hours, and then I drove back at like, I don't know, midnight, 1 o'clock, back home.
yeah.
I was slightly delirious.
Oh, I wonder
was
why.
Swift was a little worried, but I was all right. I drove back with like the window down, blasting music. I felt very free after dealing with fucking people for fucking 12 hours straight,
16-hour drive right there.
Yeah.
dealing with Clayton constantly.
Oh my god.
But so we got down there, guys, and we did end up going. It was a joint. It was okay. I gotta get into this. We gotta break this down. So it was supposed to be a joint trip between our team, the Warfighters, and our good friends, the Imperials. But the Imperials sadly did not have their shit together for the trip, and I think they even admitted it themselves. So I'm not being rude here.
Crashing over
So
your
we
gear.
had all our stuff figured out. We had our lodging, thanks to Oracle's parents, all figured out. You know, we had a few last second things that we had to work out. CJ being one of them.
Hey.
Oh, we'll talk about your adventure and the fact that you're hardcore dedicated to the team.
No.
And I love you always. You are my battle buddy. But so they came down in like 3 different groups, or no, 2 different groups. They did stuff by themselves without us. So we got down there Thursday night, and then Friday we went out and explored the surrounding area. We were in Yorktown, which is like an hour away from the field, ballahack. And so we went to their store. You went to a bunch of other airsoft surplus stores in the area. We went to a nature museum, which is it's up on the channel. The video.
Yeah,
of that.
y'all can check that video out.
Yeah, check that video out. It got me freaking out over an otter.
Yeah.
Because I love
Yeah, that-
otters.
Otters are on top.
And they have an exhibit for a bald eagle, and
Yeah, you
he
said
wasn't
that about
there, and I was
Yeah, you said
really
that about
upset about it because I wanted to see a bald eagle up close because they're huge, and it would have been a great thumbnail. Tragic, but
Yeah,
then we
so
played.
there's a lot more there's a lot more animals in the summer.
Yeah, sadly, I don't think we'll ever go in the summer, but
Yeah. No, you don't. We don't want to play in Virginia in the summer.
no, we're gonna
No,
go to the
we're not.
aquarium next time, the actual Virginia Beach Aquarium next time. I think it's a little bit more pricey, but I think it's cooler. But we can do both again. It's not super expensive, but so we went and played Saturday all day with the Imperials. The Imperials did come out on Saturday to play. A lot of their guns broke. They had a great time though, and they actually talked a lot with the refs, quite a bit. The field marshals, as they call them down there. They had a great staff at that field, I will say. As far as the playing experience in the field itself, the AO is awesome. I will say that. Great AO. We didn't see a whole lot of it. They kept it pretty condensed because it was a regular skirmish weekend. But the staff themselves were very knowledgeable, very nice. And they actually had their like moderators or refs walking the field at all times, doing a pretty good job of dealing with infractions and rule breaking and questions and everything of that sort. I will say, out of all the fields I've been to, they have the best staff by far, hands down. And I think everyone here, Oracle and CJ, will attest to that.
It was very good stuff. Yes.
The gameplay, to be honest, with everyone watching, you're probably very curious about that. As far as like the gameplay and the way it played and their rules and the AO in general, for a regular skirmish game, guys, it wasn't better than Harris or Cole's. I'm sorry, but it just wasn't. Nothing. I don't think Oracle's not too knowledgeable about it, but CJ's been around. He's played at a bunch of fields. There's no field that I've been to that has ever or will ever match the level of gameplay we have at our field, unless you go to a Milsim game. But there's nothing, and I'm very proud of that, and I'm very blessed to have that kind of
There's geeking right now about it.
ability. And of course I am, bro. It's awesome.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy to me that when we went down there really weren't that many people with radios at the field.
No, not at all.
Like, you don't really need them if you're a small enough squad, but it can be helpful, if you get split up or something. But they were just people that didn't have it at all.
Well, like, for us getting into it, we brought radios because we didn't know what we were getting into. But even after, like, game 2, I dropped mine. I said, no, fuck it, I ain't running this shit. Because it's their game modes are so simple and so condensed that it's like trying to do squad play at that field for a skirmish game is really difficult. Unless they do with some of their bigger, longer games where they allow medics and respawns and stuff like that. But didn't really need a radio.
Well, you don't need it because you don't listen. Anyway.
Okay, no. Hang on.
Wow.
Hang on. I do listen. The problem that particular day, and I know what you're talking about, is that my radio does a thing that even if it's set to both channels, only one of the push-to-talk buttons work, which is really weird. And sometimes it does it, and sometimes it doesn't. And I won't catch it, because obviously I can't tell if you guys aren't hearing me, because I'm not hearing. I can hear you perfectly fine, so I think I'm transmitting and I'm not.
You can just get
that's what it comes
a normal earpiece for a normal Battlefield and use that.
Yes.
If you're not, like, if you don't need the dual channel, you can just use a normal earpiece.
And we're gonna run into that issue when I run my earmers or my electronic ears. I will not be able to do dual push to talk on those. I don't think it exists.
No,
I'll be able to listen to both. I think I just won't be able to transmit on both unless I manually swap the channel that I'm talking on. So we'll cross that bridge when we get there, and we'll find a good setup for that. Whether if I have to carry it up front like I did at Ballahack, so I could swap channels at any convenient timing rather than keeping it in my backpack like I normally do. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But I'm done splurging. We played both days, Saturday and Sunday. Sunday was a downpour day. Nothing really cool happened. We got wet. Guns didn't work great because it's fucking raining. I'm not going to talk about it. It was kind of sad and disappointing. But it is what it is. It's weather. Can't really control that. But I do want to get into... I know Oracle's got to leave soon. And Big Cole, I see you in the chat. We're going to get to you in a minute when we're done talking about the trip and we go to domestic shit. We will get to you. But I want to touch on Oracle's experience, what he thought, and then CJ for sure, because CJ quite literally ditched his woman, ditched his job, and ditched school to come on this trip last second. And I think the man needs some respect thrown his way for doing that, because that is dedication. I would do that. Well, not my job. I can't do that at my job, but I would do it for school and I'd do it for my woman. For sure. So Oracle, you can go first, and I see Doc just popped in the chat, and I got a glimpse at something about radios, so maybe you can chime in about that too.
All right, let me look at that. But yeah, I mean, I guess I feel like you forget that I've only been playing Airsoft again for a year and a half now.
Oh yeah, that's
Like,
why I said like
yeah.
your experiences are limited, because you've played at UBG,
Yeah,
which is a
Harris
really I
and
would
Coles
say UBG is a
and
very good
Warriors.
skirmish field to compare to. I don't think their games are very great, and I don't think their refs are fantastic. But as far as like the skirmish, like the iconic skirmish gameplay, that is it. Like the UBG is the skirmish experience. So like you got a really good glimpse there, and you know how we play at our fields. So I think coming from a newer player, it'll be actually more impactful from you than it is from me, because I'm kind of opinionated. So
Yeah, I mean, I thought, like you said, the AO is awesome. It's incredible. Having all the buildings and second floors and all that is great. But I definitely do wish it was more structured than just skirmishes. I mean, you can still do skirmishes, but like when they do the attack and defend, that's awesome. But when they do, just, oh, you go to that side of the field, you go to that side of the field, and then fight it out. I mean, that can be cool, but it's not gonna, it gets old after like 2 hours.
yeah,
You can only do that so much before you lose like any sort of novelty
yeah. For
that you
you
get from the field.
guys watching, and if you know us really well, you'll know our opinion about this. But we are a very objective, well built, gameplay oriented team. We don't really enjoy skirmish games as a group, to be honest. We might play a little bit, but we get bored of it insanely quickly, because we like doing squad gameplay and objectives and scoring like we do at Harris and Coles. That's kind of our bread and butter. We like to do it. It's more enjoyable for us. Um, so he kind of said it, he's like, yeah, some of the games that they played were just not, they weren't it. To put it, especially on the rain day, they fucking throwaway day, bro.
I mean,
Their games were
we
trash.
had some good firefights on the rain day at the end before we left. But yeah, just generally, the field and the AO carries it so hard. At least for this skirmish day that we were at,
Yeah,
it really carries it, because the gameplay, just running around like in a couple acre square, shooting at people, is fun for a while, and then it gets boring because I mean,
and
there's not
especially it
nothing else
suffered.
to
It
do
suffered
with it.
from the early Coles onset. For who didn't play at Coles last year, there was a few games where it was one life, you get hit and you walk back to respawn, and it was very much shitty at Coles because the Coles AO is fucking massive. So you get I get to go 15 minutes to get hit, and then you get to walk back 20 minutes back to your respawn. That's what it felt like at ballahack, and it shouldn't have been like that. By any means, it should not have been like that. When you get hit and you have a 10-minute walk back just to go get spawn locked at ballahack was just preposterous and fucking stupid.
Yeah, I think having the medics helps with that, but it also
Dude,
kind of forces you to be more cautious, because now there's a punishment. Like if you get hit, it's not, oh, I can just walk back or run back. Now it's like, oh, I get hit. Now we have to manage this guy. We have to drag him. Do we want to revive him here? Like there's more thought you have to put into it.
Saying this since we got and played and got back there. One of the highest praises I will say for the ballahack field was that their fucking medics were on
they were
point.
great.
And these were just random people that they just chose. Like people ran up and grabbed armbands. But because of the medics being such an important role there, the people that grabbed those armbands, and a lot of them were little kids. I mean little kids, like between 10 and like 16. Like these guys were dedicated. Like, they would run through firefights, drag your ass out of there, respawn you constantly. Like, that was their job, and they knew it. And going into that, they were medics, and they did a great job. Like, you see medics at Harris and Coles, and they kind of like pussyfoot around it because they're like, I don't want to get hit, I don't want to like die, I don't want to come and try to fucking res you and then die. These guys didn't do that. They just ran in there, fucking gung ho, coming to res you. That was their job. That was their mission. And
Well, I think to be fair of the people at our fields is there's so much more cover at UBG. Like, you can step 3 feet to the left and have like 2 walls of metal between
did have
you
a lot of cover
and anywhere else. There's just so much more cover. It is so easy to take someone and drag them, and then you're not worrying about getting hit for the most part, unless someone does some sort of
the AO
flank
was
or whatever.
conducive to medics. But you heard Oracle kind of touch on it. The games were They didn't set them up great. When they did have more long-term gameplay with the medics, it was good. Like, we had a
like with that town, with that, even just like the town. Like, if we just did the town, there's so much stuff you could do with a few props. You can make really good gameplay, very good. Especially with the second story and third story buildings, you could do some really cool stuff with that. And it wouldn't be terribly difficult either.
Yeah, and a lot of times they blocked off the second floors and the third floors, which sucked. Like, we had maybe 2 games total that we got to actually do it.
You could actually use it, yeah.
Sadly, I personally never got to go in them, really, and it fucking sucks. I know you guys got more, like, building gameplay than I did.
I mean, a little bit, but
most of the time.
I think I got the most building like footage, but
yeah, when we were in for the second day on the first time when we had to clear it.
Yeah, honestly,
it's probably the most I was in the building.
Yeah, some of the buildings are like a little too big, but like they're really cool. I can't say we went in them that often though, because we don't really fuck around with buildings that much. Well, you guys don't.
Oh, I mean, I think we all did a pretty, just touching on like how we played as a group and the way we moved, like watching the footage back in my videos, I was like, dude, we were like kind of on point. Like, we were really together, and like some of these pushes where you see like 30 guys in front of us just hunkered down, we would just cut it up and just fucking push straight through. Especially like in I think it's my first video I posted, the part 1, where you have Aussie and the Imperials up on that little L Connex right below the tower, and they're there for like fucking 15 minutes. And you see, as soon as we get up there, bro, we're just moving through the progressions. Like, I get set up, Oracle's set up, and fucking we're peeking the same alleyway, but he's left-handed, so he's doing a really cheeky peek off the building, and I'm on this tree, and we're just gunning down the lane, and you're up there ahead of us, and you're like, come on, and I'm like, all right, let's go, and we started moving up, and then I get to the inside of this Connex, like the inside wall, not like actually inside of it, I'm outside of it, but like inside wall, and I see your shadow because you're right on my ass. And in the footage, you just see the Imperials just there, not shooting, not looking, not doing anything, and you just see us fucking march right down. And I was like, dude, we were on point. We showed up to fucking play. We stuck together for the most part, other than the attack and defend when we split up to do whatever we needed to do. And we never really reconvened after that. But
like the thing is, I understand for the like normal scrimmages, they don't want to have a super involved gameplay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like on the level of an event, but you don't have to have a lot of people. They have enough staff. They can easily do like some capture the flag, or search and destroy. I mean, there's tons of things they could do very easily with a couple of props, and they just don't do it.
I mean, they did a few of those with like
the HVT, but not many.
The HVT escort and like the packages, but
that should be the main.
To be honest, I never played at this field, so I didn't know the field really well. But as a player there, and as a veteran airsoft player who had been playing for 4 or 5 years now, I felt lost. Oh
yeah, right. Let me.
The objectives are fucking. I don't know where they're like. The HVT needs to fucking go over here, and I'm like, I don't know where that is. They don't have maps, guys. They don't have maps. For such a big field,
at the town, nothing is labeled in the town. Like, you go at Harris and Coles, like,
everything's labeled.
Prison. That's
We're
Echo.
so
Like everything is
spoiled.
labeled. Nothing at the town is labeled, and they have no map. Like they have a map on their website, but it's complete
Yeah, and they have the
crap.
map in the
You can't
staging
see
area.
anything.
But
Yeah,
like,
it's just not. There's nothing to help a new person identify where you're
and
going.
like
Like they don't even have like a sign that says, "Oh, this is north, this is
a
south, this
lot of
is
the
east, this is west."
times the spawns were not great. I think we got shafted almost every game on our spawn, it felt like.
Yeah.
Because like they would spawn and then have direct access to the town, and we would have to fucking run almost 300 feet just to get into the outskirts of the town, and it was kind of ass every time. Every time.
Didn't the refs say that we were like different than their usual players, like how we communicated with like the random?
So yeah, so a lot of this we heard, guys. A lot of the feedback we heard was secondhand from Ozzy, which is the squad leader of the Imperials, who he spent a lot of his time actually talking with the staff and hanging out. Really, we were there to fucking play and show up to play and compete. So that was our focus. We had some interactions with the staff and whatever, just making conversation. But apparently, according to Ozzy, he said that they hadn't had such spirited gameplay in a little while. Like it had been a drought, and they didn't have like a super competitive gameplay. And we were there. They said it was pretty competitive. Now, is that due to us and our squads being here? Who's to say? Can't directly say that.
Another thing
I
they said that our squad did really good at like team cohesion, like like even
oh
with the
yeah.
randoms and stuff, we were like telling people what to do and shit. Not like telling people what to do, but like setting
Oh,
up
we
lines,
were
shit
we
like
were
that.
definitely field commanding. I know I did
Yeah,
quite a bit, and
and
I
they said
assure you everyone else did too.
I remember them saying that that they don't really get that much down there. Like it's not a common thing to have like one team
Well, I
be so
mean,
cohesive.
to
Yeah, I
be
think that's something that at Harrison Coles might. I mean, you guys probably know more because you've played at more places,
yeah,
but it might be unique, like having a faction commander and
is
like having
is
a
is
faction
very
radio
unique,
like channel.
unique
Like they
for
didn't
sure.
have that whatsoever at all.
But like,
Harris is a very I want to say like a different experience. Like it's more like I kind of say like a light mill sim, like a battle sim, kind of like the
yeah, it really
Desert
is.
Fox events. It's a lot like that.
Like, and another thing is that they're like, oh well, we don't see this kind of squad play and cohesion and command leadership very often. It's like, sadly, being where we play, that's not even like a choice. That's almost a necessity because of we're out in the woods. We're playing woods ball. Like if you're not coordinated and if you can't stick together, like you're gonna be useless out in this field where we play for the most part. So like it's
Yeah,
kind
it's
of a
not
thing that
dense.
we've just learned to do and we take it with us to other fields. And there was definitely a few other squads that day at Ballahack that had that kind of level of playing and were
Oh, for
very
sure.
competitive. I had seen it a few times because there was like 250 people there, huge game for a skirmish, and their field was large enough to accommodate it fairly well. Um, but it was a skirmish field, bro. It was a skirmish game, played like a skirmish game, felt like a skirmish game. Wasn't that great? Um,
It was
Oracle.
still very fun though. I found it.
Oh, it was a great time. It was so much fun.
But there's like so much potential at that field that they could do. I mean, I'm sure they do that for the events, but even for the skirmishes,
Yeah.
they could do a lot more.
Well, like for me, it's like their AO, even if they just expanded it from, the bunker in the rear where we were spawning a lot of times, down to that U-shaped connex in the middle of that road where they had that objective at the end of the game there, where they had to hold it there. I was like, even if they
Mhm.
did that and then opened it up to the sides, so the right side would line at the edge of the town, and then the left side, the other side of the pond, had they just opened it up to that level of gameplay, had the spawns in the back, and then had multiple open objectives like a conquest game. Like even if it was a single like 2 hour conquest in that tight AO with that many people, dude, it would have been absolutely crazy. We would have popped off. It would have been a great time because you would have had all time scoring objectives to fight over. And to that many people, you're guaranteed engagements. And it's just it's skirmish. You know what I mean? They don't think of it like that. But
all right, so I'm seeing the question about the radios.
Yes, the radio. Doc asked about because he got his license.
Yeah, if he's still in here, hopefully I'll answer it. So, non-FRS frequency. So the thing is, if you're going to use a non-FRS frequency, all the people using that frequency have to have a license. So
that's
not really going to work.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, for a squad. Well, not only that, but so you'd have to, say your call sign every time, so whatever call sign you got from the FCC, which is, going to be kind of difficult when you're playing airsoft and you're like screaming locations and whatnot. So yeah, there really isn't other ones. If you wanted to have like a non-FRS frequency, get us a handheld CB radio. I guarantee you, no one's out there using those.
But Doc, if you're bringing this up, not only for like, just because you want, I don't know if it's because you want a non-FRS or if you just want something that's like private. There's a lot of ways on the FRS channels to do that kind of.
If you just want a private squad channel and you don't care about other people listening, just put privacy tones on it. If you use ballafangs, which most people do, you can just do a privacy tone, and you will not hear anything else unless someone has that same privacy tone.
Doc, to talk to what he's saying, on our trip back from Virginia up to Maine, he put those privacy tones that he's talking about on our channels because we used them to convoy. So we used our actual airsoft radios to convoy to stay in contact. And he put those tones on, and on the way down the first time, we were getting all sorts of feedback from truckers, static. It was nasty. On the way up, we got like none of that. It was pretty quiet the whole way, no interruptions. It was a private channel. It worked really well. So if that's something you're looking forward to, definitely talk to him about it. It's a very liable option, I think, in my opinion.
Oracle may or may not have forgotten to put the privacy key in on the way down.
No, so what happened was on the way down.
He didn't think about it.
No. So what happened was on the way down, I kept it in the memory channel. So what happens is I would put the key in, and then every time you turn the radio off, it would reset to the memory, and the memory doesn't have the privacy tone loaded into it.
I deleted all of my spare footage except for these two. So it's going to be the same two videos just cycling in the background. Sorry, guys. I'd really love to play the ballahack footage, but it's in 4K, so I can't do that.
You could just pull it up on YouTube and then run it off 1080p.
I could, but I could also just make these guys go and watch it. Go and watch it. They're some of my better videos, to be honest. The gameplay itself isn't that great. I think I lost a few clips from me just not recording. Sadly.
Yeah, you definitely did. I remember some clips, and I was like, oh, those weren't in there.
I lost, like, the one where I made the kid fall over because I scared the ever-living crap out of him. I did not get that on footage. And I didn't get a lot of the attack and defend because I peeked the right side of the building, and you could see the whole trail, and you could see, like, 40 guys on the trail, and it wasn't there. I don't know why, if it just stopped recording. GoPros can be like that sometimes, guys.
GoPros can be like that sometimes.
If you don't record the whole day, you're gonna lose some stuff because at any given point in time, you never know when an engagement's gonna pop up, and you can't predict that all the time.
Yeah. So Doc, before these guys go on another tangent, for the privacy tones here, let me get my radio. I will tell you right now. Let me just find it.
Running over here, he's digging through his stuff, grabbing his radio.
He's like, hold on
a minute. Let me break out my radio real quick. But CJ, you had a good time, I assume. Was it worth it?
All right, honestly, so I have a Ballafang UV5R, which most people is what they have. Most Ballafangs have almost identical menu settings. But so what you're gonna do is you're gonna go into your variable frequency mode. You're gonna go to menu option, Doc,
but I don't.
It's menu option.
My radio somewhere.
Menu options 10 and 11, 12 and 13. Those are going to be your privacy tones. You can do all two of them. You can do one of them. You can set it up different for transmit and receive. You can set it up however you want. But it's going to be those. options that you're gonna have to change. If you have like presets saved on it, like say you have memory channels already made on the radio, you're gonna have to add those to the memory channel, either on the computer or with the radio itself, for those tones. So what the tones are doing is basically the radio is not gonna, like, say you're on channel 2 and the team channel is channel 2 and your squad is running the tones on channel 2. Everyone in your squad will hear each other, and the people outside of your squad will hear your squad, but you will not hear anyone who transmits without that tone. So you can game it different ways. Like maybe everyone but one person has the tone, so you can hear one, like the squad leader or whoever can hear the rest of the team, but only the squad members can hear the squad. You can do it however you want, but it's not like it's not encryption. It's not making it private. All it's doing is making it so you don't hear stuff you don't want to hear. I mean, you can look up. I'm sure there's someone on YouTube who's done a video on this who can explain it more, but that's basically the gist of it.
Okay, Cole's still here. I want to make sure that he hasn't left yet.
Maybe I'll have to do a radio corner video.
Yeah, actually, if you
explain, like setting up a radio, I could get a ballahack straight from the box.
We could do that through my GoPro for sure. I think I could just put it up on the channel.
Yeah. Well, I would just use my phone.
That would work, but if you do it through my GoPro, it could be 4K and nice. I could put it up on the channel, and that's definitely something that I think a lot of people would like to see, a little ballahack tutorial. I haven't thought of that. That's actually really genius. But I want to touch on CJ's experience and the repercussions of him ditching life to come play with us. But before we do that, I just want to touch on this. So Swamp Sniper, who's the owner of Ballahack, they came out with these new dead rags, and I bought a few, and I want to run them at our fields. It is I think a 1 foot by 1 foot square, but it's in fluorescent yellow like a ref would have, and it's got the Velcro in the center, so it actually stuck it right on my helmet cover, which worked great. And they seem to be pretty high vis. I wish they were a little bit bigger, to be honest. But I'm eager to see how that goes at our fields and see if it actually works really well or not. Because if they do work, might be able to convince someone into making some for our field. But what the fuck was I gonna say? Oh, the only worry I have is that our mods and our field staff wear these yellows. So that's my only confliction, is that I don't want someone to think a dead player is actually a moderator or a game runner or anything like that. I don't want to cause any confusion. So I'm gonna have to clear it with the field staff first and then run it, and I want to get some feedback from the Woodsoft guys and see what they think.
The Woodsoft guys.
Hey, that's what we do. We play Woodsoft. Woodball, as they would call it in paintball. Woodball. We're not speedballers. But CJ, it is your turn to talk about the trip and if you think it was worth it, and the repercussions if you have a job or not. Clearly, you don't have a woman anymore. You got rid of that.
All right. So it wasn't that big of a thing. I was already planning on leaving the job I was currently at because the staff wasn't great. And
throw up a link real quick.
The whole woman thing was entirely separate. Didn't have to do much with it. It just kind of tended to happen at the same time, and I was like, "Fuck this! Let's go to Virginia." And
so,
it was
so you did leave the job then?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I did.
Oh, okay.
I did do that.
Okay. Did you find a new one, or are you just chilling?
Right now I'm just chilling. It was
fair.
It's not. Yeah.
Ain't that big a deal.
No, the woman like might have had something to do with it. Like it was raps, and I was like Virginia, so.
But you guys also worked at the same spot, right?
What do you mean?
You and the woman?
No.
Oh, all right. Okay. I thought you guys worked at the same. Who's that? Who's that? Who's that? I know who that is. Fucking shit ass.
Yeah. I just made it home.
Welcome to the stream. You
Finally.
will be in queue after CJ's experience.
The trip down honestly was stupid long, but
Okay,
it
we
was
know the
kind
trip was ass. All right,
the trip down
trip
was
was
like
ass.
we're
The,
definitely
the
flying
drive was
down.
shit.
We're definitely we're flying down
Yeah,
next time.
we're gonna send Oracle and Odin to drive down because one's a good driver and the other one's a good wingman. So
Mm-hmm.
I need to view the channel. I need to get a link.
Are we still gonna be connected to them with radios?
No,
On the plane,
No.
yeah, we'll get you when you fly over.
My
No.
dad
So
said he wants to
you
come.
can actually
next
bring the
time.
Baofangs on the plane and turn it on, and they won't arrest you. I've done that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to transmit, but you could like turn it on and see if we fly over. If you could hear us.
Yeah.
What was I doing? I'm going to Facebook to share the link to the channel.
Yeah. No, the actual gameplay and Virginia was awesome. I love Virginia. It's nice down there. It's not too hot, but it's not like really cold. The little touristy day we did was definitely needed, where we got to sleep in and stuff. Like that was
Yeah.
for
Yeah,
sure.
that was awesome. I desperately wanted to see like the battlegrounds and stuff. We're gonna have to do that next time.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
But the first day was awesome. I loved that. It was a little different than what we're used to. Like,
Fucking hot as balls, bro.
oh my god, it was nasty out. It
Coming
was so
from
hot.
like 20 degrees to like 70, we were dying.
We left Maine. It was like 10 degrees out.
Yeah.
It was like 25 degrees when we were packing up
We're
the cars.
watching the temperature just climb up the more south we go.
Yeah.
We're like, how close are we to Virginia? Well, it's at 40 degrees. I think we got another 2 hours.
I'm not gonna lie. I really enjoyed the second day. It was just really cold and wet.
It wasn't that cold.
No,
I definitely
it
would have
was.
It was just
played.
wet.
Yeah.
I would have played if I wasn't like chafing my thighs apart.
Yeah, and
I would
then
have played if
definitely-
it wasn't for the
we-
fact that like I couldn't see.
some of our
We,
guns
we
went
had some
down
good
as it
firefights
stopped
on the
raining.
second day.
I was kind of mad about that. Like all our guns and stuff went down, and then it stopped raining.
Yeah.
And then we
Well,
already
like-
packed our gear up, and then we're like, nah, let's just call it.
Yeah. I'm fat. That's what it is.
But no, I really enjoyed the trip. It was well worth it.
Oh, there you go. Clayton, what did you think?
I
You
enjoyed
can
it.
you can omit all the gwang about the trip and just talk about what we did when we got there.
Well, the only part I really have to go about is the drive was long. The Delaware is a fucking separate reality that goes
Oh
on.
my
forever.
god, dude, it went on
We're in
forever.
Delaware
Good.
forever.
We hit Delaware and it was like we entered the fucking Blair Witch universe. It was
No,
just
no.
it just kept going. It didn't stop.
The 3
Even-
hours
even-
that never went down.
Even when
Yeah.
we got to Virginia, it just looked more like Delaware. It was just more Delaware until we crossed the bridge.
No,
and then
Delaware
more
fucking
tunnels.
Didn't end.
that peninsula was 3 hours for 6 hours, bro.
Yeah, it was bad.
If you guys don't know what we're
was
talking
bad,
That
about,
and
was
then just-
trash.
the
The second
GPS.
day being a
Oh.
little mid with the rain.
Yeah,
And
the
then
rain
ballahack
was.
not using our video.
Yeah, on God, I was kind
Yeah.
of mad about that.
Yeah, I'll talk about that. So they, because Ozzy, the leader of the Imperials, was talking to the refs a lot, talking to the field staff and whatever. They actually asked us if we wanted to be in a promo for their upcoming big event, which is I think this upcoming weekend, the 24th.
Yeah.
And so they shot with their professional film crew and photographer. They shot some clips for us to be in the promo video for that game, and we didn't make
They
it.
asked us to do it and everything, and then they just
They made us skip lunch, and they didn't use any of
Yeah,
the clips.
they used about three
Sadly.
teams that were there from far away. Some of them were locals, but they used they did a whole little like 30-minute shoot, got all the clips,
Yeah.
and then find out they only used literally a second clip of that day. They didn't use anything else from it.
Yeah.
And that second clip is just Ozzy staring out into nothing.
Yeah, and you can't even see it. It's so dark in there.
Yeah.
And
I
they're
mean,
wearing
it
all
is what
black.
it is. I was over the moon with the footage from their little trailer that they did for the gameplay. We got a little bit of clips in there, and they had a photographer. One of their field staff was taking photos all day, and they do it every game, which is something I'm thinking about trying to incorporate at our local fields, because me as a player getting those professional level photographs of action shots of me and my guys made me so happy. and just made me over the moon. And I want to
I mean,
bring
we
that
have-
to our fields so
we
that
have a form of that.
players,
We have
newer
Omar who
players,
does his
get
thing.
more encouragement from coming to our field, and they're like, oh well, if we go, we get free photographs at like a decent quality, and like it just breeds a level of positivity that I want to
Yeah,
bring to our
I think
field.
that's why Omar's videos are so popular, is because it's a version of that. But I think what you're saying is you want it like every
Every game, like ballahack does, every weekend they post a little bit of gameplay, and they dump the whole photo album. I was like, I want to buy a fucking camera. I can't fucking think of the word. I want to buy a camera, and I'm working on it so that like the first 30 minutes of the day I can walk around in all my kit, obviously, but I'll have like a mod vest on, and I can get these really nice action shots of as many people as I can. And then Sunday, when I upload footage from my GoPro, I can also upload the photo album to the main page, and just try to do that as often as I can. It's gonna kind of suck because I kind of need to play the game. Sadly,
Just have someone else do it.
who else is gonna go around taking photos? No one. They want to play, bro. Everyone
Ozzy?
wants to play. Ozzy's not gonna do it for a Cole's game, maybe, but he's also probably not a good photographer. I am a fantastic photographer. Like, especially if a group comes out, if a team wants to come out and they want to get some shots, I'll be like, yeah, dude, let's get some shots. I'll direct the whole thing, and I'll get these shots, because
Like,
not only do I love doing my filming, but I also love photographs, and I love being a photographer.
start making promos for the events.
Okay, I'm not that good with video editing. All right, I'm not a fucking Picasso when it comes to that shit.
Well,
Not that good.
well,
Take
I
some
mean, if you
classes.
can
I'll go
record
take
it-
some fucking video editing classes when I come back next year. My production quality is gonna be insane. It's gonna have the best edits.
Warfighters Airsoft 2026.
Yeah, when I come back from doing a production class. But, Clayton got here. He talked about his experience. CJ talked about his experience. Overall, the ballahack experience was a great one. Great staff. They actually had really good moderators that actually did their fucking job and moderated, and didn't play the
there
game.
was one guy that
One guy.
the 2 days
Oh,
we
here
were
we go.
there, it was shooting for nuts, and me and CJ were both victims of
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
he hit me with like a reverse Mozambique drill. He shot me twice in the chest and then just looked down and shot me in the dick.
Yeah,
And-
we had two guys go down to a.
And then the first day I heard it, people were going like,
An
yeah, there's
illegal
some
nut
dude just going around
shot.
here like aiming for nuts. He's like, there's a dude just going around shooting for nuts in CQB, and I didn't believe it. And then on the second day it happened.
Wait, who
And like I
told
had a
you
mod
that?
one
of the
Imperials
mods?
told me that. One of the
Oh.
Imperials told me like somebody was shooting for nuts because they've heard a bunch of people complain about it. And then the second day it happened to me, and I remember I just like went to the ground. I was like, fuck. And I had a mod standing over being like, you good? And I was like, dude, I gotta breathe for a minute. Like,
Who
damn.
does that? How do they just? Yeah, there's someone out here hunting for fucking nutsacks. Like how?
It was some
how?
dude with like a really Gucci'd out HP'd M4 wearing multicam.
Yeah.
HPA is evil.
Yep.
All of
Ban
my
HPA.
team, all my team thinks HPA is evil.
What do you mean?
Even the one guy
Wait,
with the
wait.
HPA thinks
Yo,
it's
I was
evil.
gonna say.
I was like, listen, I've run HPA. I could definitely see how it's a little evil. I'm not gonna lie. Like, especially, okay, hot take. Before we get into domestic stuff, and Oracle's got to go do his taxes. Hot take. The rules at ballahack are kind of fucking trash. They're kind of mid, I won't lie. So, coming from our field, we run 1.89 joule, no restriction, unless you're a light machine gun or a sniper, right? We go down to ballahack. They run 1.64 joule with a 25-foot med. Bro, I was running in close quarters with my rifle. I was fuming all day, guys, all day, because I couldn't engage in 25 feet with my fucking rifle. And I come from a field
like
where guys run their hopped up on limit with fours, and they fucking put you in the dirt because it hurts so bad. And I'm over here like, man, I can't fucking engage 25 feet with
Well, no,
my
that's like
baby-ass
on the
bullets.
second day we were pushing that tall building, and all of you died, and I was still alive. And I went, wait, one of you leave me your pistol. I have a 25 MED, and I don't have my pistol with me. So I
Yeah,
just
I gave you my
ignored those
pistol.
blocks,
Yeah.
and I killed 2 guys
So,
with it because I was like, I can't
I
shoot
kid you
people in this
not.
building.
It's in my part 1 video, and I go into an
Oh.
explanation afterwards.
Oh,
I
oh,
get
yeah.
my whole squad, guys. I get my whole fucking squad waxed because of that stupid fucking rule, dude. And I was so mad. You could hear it when I yell at CJ because I knew that he was gonna die, and I'm literally yelling to try to save this man's life because I couldn't do it. I couldn't engage. It was too close. But in hindsight, I don't think anyone fucking followed that rule. I didn't see it.
No, not
I did
really.
not. People were engaging with rifles close quarters, and the refs never really mentioned it. Never had a problem with it. But the fact that you're running and they chrono with .2s. My
No,
gun
they
is
chrono me with
built
fours.
to run. My
They
build.
chrono me with fours.
No, they chrono
You're just
HPA with
cringe.
.4s. HPA
Yeah,
with
you're just
.4s.
cringe.
I run .32s and I gotta shoot .2s, dude. My gun was at 420, which is their limit. And I'm like, dude, with 3.2s, I'm like fucking 318. Like I'm like I should be way below the med. It's like my gun ain't running hot. But no, with .2s, because my gun's overbuilt to fucking shooting hop heavy BBs, I gotta shoot .2s because of jewel creep. And I'm like, who the fuck is jewel creeping on an AEG, bro? Like, who are you? Why are you here? If you're building a gun that jewel creeps with an AEG, I'm talking to you, Mod Squad, Ruben, whatever the fuck you guys do to your guns. That's extreme. And having to just, the 25-foot rule fucking pissed me off all weekend, dude. I was so salty for that. Especially when I'm in the Connex crate, and it's on part 2 of the video when I got guys pushing the Connex crate I'm in, and I pull out my pistol twice. And both times the mag fall out of my pistol and fucking fall on the ground. And I'm just sitting there like, well, shit. I'm fucked. Hilarious moment, by the way. It was really funny. But that rule was bullshit. That was, I think, the part that I hated about ballahack the most was their fucking jewel limits.
I did enjoy their medic rules. Those medics.
Their medic rules were awesome. That was the best fucking
because it made it
experience
so you
ever.
could literally like just keep medics alive and out strategize the other teams. Like if they're just throwing their medics at you, then they'll die.
I mean,
if you work with your
Omega,
medic.
I talked to Omega afterwards, and he was like, well, that's kind of bullshit. Like, how are you supposed to, like, eliminate the enemy and move forward through opposition? And I was like, yeah, I mean, you kind of have a point there. Like, it was definitely very difficult to move through enemy positions that were hard kept. Like, at Harris and shit, you got that 3-minute bleed out, and that does a lot of justice to keeping pushes going.
Yeah. Because if you shoot a guy around a corner and his medic friend's right there and he wraps around,
he's med, bro. He's medic. And when you have 125 guys on the opposing team, you could have 30 guys in a building, and like 10 of them are medics. Like it was definitely difficult. And I see that point coming through.
If they adjusted a little bit,
sure.
like with a bleed out time or some shit, and the medic role, I think it'd be like a lot, like not the medic role, like having medics like specified.
To be honest,
That'd be cool.
if the ballahack
Well, especially
had,
on top of that when you can't use grenades.
That grenade rule is kind of mid.
Yeah, we are super blessed at our field to have the grenade rules we do. Every other field that we've been to out of state does not follow the same grenade rules.
Because they're just not cool. We're too cool
for some reason, I don't know if the fields want you to fucking spend money or what it is. They have a fucking hatred for Thunder V's, guys. Every field we go to has a hatred for them. They're like, no, they're flashbangs. They don't count for kills. And I'm like, dude, we're playing fucking airsoft, bro. I'm not gonna spend
we're already
$13
fake toy guns.
I'm not gonna spend $13 on a fucking cardboard grenade that as soon as it thinks about moisture, it's destroyed. I'd rather run a reusable Thunder V, which is just far better for what we do. They're definitely more durable. And they're legal. They're perfectly legal. But other fields just don't get behind that Bane train, and they're just like, it's just a fucking flashbang. And I'm like, no,
and the
it's a fucking grenade.
Are not allowed no more.
Yeah, and they're like, oh, well, you have to be hit by projectile. I'm like, no, unless it's a tag in, you're not getting hit by these projectiles. You're not feeling it. It's just not happening. And they're like, well, if it falls at your feet, I'm like, no, just kill everyone in the room. I'm like, if it's a Connex, bro, kill everyone in the Connex.
We weren't allowed to throw them in the Connex, remember?
Oh, that's right. We weren't allowed because of the fucking sound.
Yeah, because you'll go deaf.
Which I will admit, if you threw a tag in one of those
Into a
Connexes,
into a
that
Connex, dude,
would
you're
suck.
actually deafening
That would
all the kids in
fucking
there.
suck
'Cause
so
That's
bad.
why I have
Taggins
Ear
hit-
Pro.
Taggins hit out at 167 decibels.
Yeah,
That
imagine
is
the Bang
That's
22s on
literally
the highest
5
setting.
decibels less than a 7.62 by 3.9 round. Like, them fuckers are loud.
But that's it. That's all. We're gonna move on to domestic shit. We could go on about our experience at ballahack all day. It was a great time. Would not recommend it for people to go just do a skirmish game. The magic of ballahack is their bigger games. You have to go to one of their bigger games to make it really worth it.
Go to an event, yeah.
Go to one of their organized events. Don't just go for a skirmish game. That's what we figured out. It's not worth it, especially in if we were playing at any other home field than the fields that we play at, it would be worth it. But the fact that we have Harrison Coles and that we have people that put so much time and effort and love into the game that we play, it's not worth it. We have a much better experience at our fields. And to be honest, our AOs are still really good compared to ballahack. Granted, ballahack has the cooler AO because they get all the money and they can do all this shit. But our field has a certain kind of love to it that will rival or succeed over ballahack every time. Guaranteed. Even with all the problems and the changing player scape that we have to deal with now with hit calling and overshooting and all this stuff that's coming up these past few years, still better experience. It is what it is, though. But let's get into domestic stuff. I know Mr. Cole, not Mr. Big Cole. Big Cole is in here, I think, somewhere. Doc is probably still in here. I don't know
Alright,
if
I gotta
anyone else. Yeah, you got to dip
You
out.
guys can get into this. See ya.
Odin is
See ya.
not in here. I don't know if he's gonna be in here.
Jordan's like dead or something.
He might be, dude. He actually might be dead. People are sending me messages and friends requests. I don't even know what this is. I'm gonna check it real quick. But Doc, Big Cole, are you guys here? Pop off in the chat real quick. Just let me know you're here so we can actually like talk to you guys about this upcoming season, because these past few weeks I've gotten a lot more information about this upcoming season and kind of what's to be expected and things that are happening on the DL in the background.
Hey, I was at the barracks
Oh yeah?
yesterday. No, the day before. They've been getting JAG guns.
Oh.
Like they had a JAG super shorty. So you know the tiny little gas shotgun that has like the foregrip pump on it.
Yeah.
They got one of those, and I was like, "You guys getting JAG stuff?" And they're like,
Okay,
"Yeah, we've been
they're all
starting
here.
to slowly get JAG stuff in."
Like Jag Precision or like the airsoft
Yeah.
channel?
Like JAG, like the JAG gas guns.
Yeah.
Like the scatter gun and all
Oh.
that.
So I'm always following the airsoft markets and stuff. You guys who watch the channel and who know me know that I like to work on airsoft guns. I've kind of taken a step back from doing that this past year, and I've kind of shifted my focus from working on airsoft guns to doing this stuff, to
Content creating.
get involved with the community and do videos and get my team out there. So I've had someone else be doing my gun stuff, and he's much better at it than I am. He's a great guy. Shout out to Swift from Harris. He's the guy that does my guns and a lot of my team's guns right now. And he loves it. So, and he fixes all of my problems. But I know two people that have bought Arcturuses, actually. The Arcturus PE, which is the Perun AK line. I've been following Arcturus for a while. If you guys want to get a gun, Arcturus is definitely the way to go with their new stuff coming out. It's awesome. But one of Big Ben Bear, I don't know if you guys would know him if you've seen him. CJ, maybe not. You don't come out as much. He's a good buddy of mine. Okay, that's Zach from the Army Barracks chiming on your comment there, Clayton. But his teammate got a Arcturus AK-12, I think, with the Perun. And Cowboy, not Cowboy Hatman, but the actual Cowboy, Alan is his actual name, he got the PP-19 carbine Vityaz with all the Zenico furniture and everything. And they have both in love with these guns. I mean, absolutely in love. I've heard nothing but excitement from them about these guns. And that's really good for me because I sing their high praises all the time because I am a big fan of AKs and Arcturus is making really good AKs. So that's really nice to hear, and I'm very excited to get into the season and see them actually use it. And I want to hold it and maybe shoot it, maybe handle it a little bit because I don't have $600 to blow in a Vityaz, even though I really would love to. But Punisher from the Army Barracks, which is Zach from the Stingers, Clayton, he's talking about that they stopped carrying Jag because of the leaking issues, which they had in their newer gens. You experienced firsthand. I didn't because I had a Gen 1 and mine worked fantastic. But I guess they're getting them back in again, so that's cool. They're actually, Army Barracks is working, last time I checked, they're working to try to get Arcturus directly from the manufacturer. So directly from Arcturus, they're trying to get Arcturus stuff, which is fantastic because I love them. But I want to talk about domestic games and season stuff that maybe general players don't know about. Doc's in here, which is awesome because Doc, I've played with him a few times. Good guy. Him and I think his son. I think it's your son, right, Doc? I think it's your son. Come out, and you guys are pretty well coordinated. Definitely a group to look out for on up and oncoming onto our field. I'm really going to be looking to you guys, Doc, to continue that. You know, when you're talking about radios for your squad, if you're making a squad, if you're joining a squad, that's awesome. I want to see you come out. I want to see you take more leadership. I would love to be a squad leader for you any day. We definitely need people to step up and start doing more leadership and just guidance on the field. It really helps players like me, so I don't have to necessarily focus with that. I could focus on playing the game and trying to win for our faction, win the game, because that's what I like to do. That's what my guys like to do. We don't mind helping newer players and trying to herd cattle, as we like to call it. But it definitely limits our combat ability to rival some of these other high quality veteran squads in the field, which is really our goal when we go out. We want to go toe to toe with these guys that are going to make everyone else's life a living hell because they're just that good. We want to try to slow them down, stop them, do whatever we can so that we can have a chance at winning the game. And having good leadership behind us
we want to be that
to help
team.
realize that vision is very important, and we definitely want to facilitate that. I don't think Cowboy's in here, but Cowboy showed some interest in doing that. He's been more upcoming on the field as well. He's usually a pretty quiet guy, but I could definitely see him stepping up for sure. And the Stingers are always great on the field. They don't really take that big leadership role. They're more like us and run a small squad, which is perfectly fine. They have their roles, and that helps as well. But as for domestic games, Big Cole, you're talking about you have some ideas about games. I'd love to hear it. And you're talking about building bunkers. Building bunkers is awesome. We dug the trench at Harris, and we love it, and we are actually working on it this season, some more, to make it better. But I will say, trying to do that in your land will probably prove very difficult. I know you have an excavator, and that helps, but you have nothing but ledge out there. So just take
And
that
rock.
with a grain of salt. It's
It's
rock
Just
and
like
ledge.
boulders.
I mean, there's some areas you could put stuff, but it depends on how much.
Yeah,
stuff
I mean,
wants to get
I
rid
mean,
of.
if you got an excavator, you could do a lot of that for sure. But I would lean more towards building artificial bunkers rather than digging. Sandbags are awesome for that. Sandbag, a little bit of plywood. We love bunkers. We love trenches. It definitely makes it a little bit more immersive for sure. We like seeing that. But as far as games go, we, as in the people behind the scenes, we call ourselves the Event Review Board. We have been working tirelessly with Omega to try to make not only all the games that are going on better, but trying to get the season kind of set up. And we have done the best work this year. Like the schedule, it's not necessarily set in stone because things happen, games move around, people need to move around for certain things to try to make different games happen. But as far as like all the slots and all the games we know we want to run, they're right there and they're pretty much done. So like this is by far the best we've done in the past few years to set up for success and having a set schedule and a set season to know what games we're playing and what games are running. I know I personally have like 3 Coles games that I'm a part of. Not necessarily running, but I've helped write or I've written them myself. So I'm very excited to see how that goes. And it seems to be the 3 games that I'm putting on is a mix. One of them, and this is high, maybe classified information, but I am working with a younger fellow on a game, and he wants it to be a more milsimmy experience, and that's slated to be the opener for Coles this year. So, a milsimmy game at Coles. It looks like it's gonna happen.
I mean,
it's
to be fair, our
not
games
full
are
sim,
already
so-
kind of milsimmy, but
More
this is-
milsimmy than
this
like
is-
pickup games, yeah.
This is
Yeah.
like the step up from regular games going into Clawhammer. So like it's gonna have reload restrictions, it's got respawn restrictions, it's got all of the juicy stuff that you would find in a probably a more beginner level milsim like Clawhammer. The only thing it doesn't have is the force squad structure, because that's just not possible at Coles the way we have it set up right now.
no, it ain't.
But
Well, I mean, you could do it that way, but it would just not.
there's no way to see what the turnout will be, so you really
Yeah.
can't predict it, and that's
If
kind
you
of the
can, like,
hardest thing.
If you can like predict, like you put
Yeah.
tickets out, and
Like
you can
if
see how
we
you do
if
that.
we do an actual milsim at Coles, like I'm not gonna say Clawhammer level because they do their own thing, but like if we were to do a Harris Coles family in-house milsim, it would be we would have to get tickets via an outside source.
Which I'm pretty sure
so
Harris
we know
does already.
Harris does that. Yes, Harris does that. So we'd have to do that for that event just to see who we would have coming out. But
That would
this
definitely
game
have to be a
isn't
joint
this
thing.
game isn't that. So we're gonna try it. I like half the games worked out. It's gonna be a Saturday night, and a Sunday. So it's gonna be a full weekend event with a night game,
Mhm.
like a 3-hour long night phase. So it's gonna be like dusk to dark. It's not gonna run wicked late. It's gonna be kind of on rails. I'm not gonna get into the details because it's top secret, but it's gonna be mostly on rails. It's gonna be focused firefights. We're gonna see how that goes. Omega seems to be very excited for it, for what we've written up so far. It's the day one is gonna be a conquest base with a twist, of which I'm not gonna disclose. That we haven't done anything like it before, so it's going to be interesting. Honest opinion about Warrior Village. All right. To be honest, the old field was all right. The player base was definitely the thing. The player base and the management was what brought it to a lower level, to be honest. Coming from a Harris guy, I know we got our bad apples over here too, for sure. We have problem children all the time. But the general level of just blatant disrespect and aggression towards players at Warrior Village at the old field was immense.
Let me just say this. Warrior is a whole hour closer to me, and I go by it on the way to Harris. Like that, I'd rather play at Harris. Let's just say that. I'm not gonna go
when we went out, we took the team out. It was me, Oracle, and Pottery, who was in this call. I call him Clayton because that's his actual name. That's what I know him from. We went out to the new player day. We actually saw some of the stingers there. I think you were probably there too. For their new player day and their swap meet. because we wanted to come out, and we do like going and supporting other fields and just being there in general because we like to support the community as a team. But we came out. It wasn't a terrible experience. I will say it's definitely a very different atmosphere with the caliber of players you guys have over there. It's very, not everyone, of course, because you guys definitely have a lot of newer players there all the time because their sports in flux for the past few years now. But like some of the veteran teams, they're running those high end HPAs. I know Stingers, you guys run MTWs, who are capable of this high rate of fire. And and when I say you guys, I mean the Warrior Village atmosphere as a whole, not the Stingers. Definitely like to use full auto liberally, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but when you get up into these high end guns and the high end builds, it's just kind of just it's not our jam personally, to be honest. We are for the most part semi-automatic only players all the time. We very rarely will full auto. If we get irritated, maybe we might, but we're definitely not doing it all the time, and we're not doing it to try to be like assholes or anything. It's probably just because there's a fuck ton of brush because we play in the woods. But when we went out for the new player day, we had a mostly good experience. Nothing really happened. Not a lot went on. But
I
for
mean, some
sure
blind fire and some normal field day shit.
yeah. Pizza, which is Rob, which is a good friend of Swiggy, and we've played with him before at UBG and
Yeah,
at Harris.
there is a lack of admin.
For
I mean,
sure.
I will say, their new village, like their location, is kind of enjoyable. I have a video on it that you can go check out.
Yeah.
But
I don't know. When we
it
went there, it was all right. I personally like the backside of the field where that big black sheep bunker is over
Yeah.
there, and down in the little valleys there. It was a
Hold on,
cool AO.
I'll be right back.
That's fine. We're not
And a
going
lack of
anywhere.
game structure was another thing. Like there was
Yeah,
a point where we were playing, and there was a game
yeah.
where there were 3 teams, and out of nowhere, our team and another team decided to join forces without
Yeah.
anyone really saying anything. And me and Oracle had been in a gunfight with people from that team we were supposed to join. And then after me and Oracle killed both of them, they looked at us and went, "Why were we fighting? We're on the same team." It's
The
we
tetanus
just
yard. Okay,
yeah.
it ain't that bad, Pizza, but I understand why you would say
No,
that.
I mean when I started getting an opinion on it when I was like, okay, I'm gonna walk inside of one of those little camper vans that's left there. The second I go to walk into it, somebody goes, "Yeah, just so you know, give yourself like a foot of breathing room when you step into
Yeah,
it,
so you don't fall
because
through
the
the
floor is
camper.
squishy, and if you step right in, you're gonna fall through the camper." I was like, "All right, that's cool, whatever." And then I walk in, it's full of whoever's belongings was living in that camper, and I
I
was like,
mean,
"Okay,
so
this is just trash. Like I'm just
when
playing in
we
a
went
fucking
to
I'm
the new
playing in a dump.
field on the new player day,
It's like
it
a scrapyard."
wasn't, I will say it wasn't as bad as the old Warrior Village was when we went out. The level of toxicity was not nearly as bad. But
Yeah, no,
it was a new player day, so like take that with a grain of salt. I know some of the regulars were there, and it wasn't a tournament day because I know tournament days are when all that nasty stuff usually comes out in tenfold. But I mean, it wasn't a bad experience. Kind of boring, to be honest. The gameplay setup, because they did a few skirmish games and then they did their tournament style game for new players to kind of understand, and their tournament is kind of booty cheeks. Sorry, it's not great. And like, sorry, but Pro League's kind of better, a little bit.
I don't know if they can get some like good management down, have some structure to the games, and work on the field, like make the field usable is the word I'm
I
gonna
think if
use.
you scheduled some fun, simple skirmish setups, like a higher class skirmish with objectives, it'd probably be pretty good. I know
They
they did
just need
like
to work on the field a little. Like
they did like King of the
they need to
Hill
do
and
some little, they
stuff.
need to
It
do some
wasn't.
bushcraft a little, or some like bushwhacking a little bit, because it's
Yeah,
very, very overgrown.
yeah, but it's a new field, so like It kind of comes with the territory, to be honest. I'm not gonna hold that against them. But it's just not our cup of tea. Like, we'll go and we'll have a decent time, but like there's some times where we'll just turn our head and just kind of go shoot the shit in a circle for like 10 minutes because we don't invested in what's going on or we don't want to deal with it. Like, once we died like once or twice on the first King of the Hill game we played, where it was nothing but full auto the whole time, we kind of just lost any interest in continuing to play that round. We just kind of hung out and like didn't try. Which, granted, this happened at our home field once or twice. You know, we get fed up with some of the games sometimes, and we just kind of just go fuck around for a bit. But we're just not skirmish players. It's just not what we do. So, like, Warrior Village is a very skirmish-based field. A little bit higher caliber than, like, UBG level skirmish shit. Because it kind of has to be, because it's Woods Ball. You kind of just don't have the liberty that UBG does with their CQB arenas, which are very fixated for that kind of gameplay. But
Hey, but UBG's kind of fun.
It is kind of fun because when we go to UBG, we plan to just
CQB
go
the whole
and
time.
just go around and fuck around. Like, that's what we go to UBG for. You know, we don't go out there to like win a game. We just go out there to get, you know, for me, it's go out and get good footage, work on some team tactics. It's more like training than fucking actually playing the game for me personally. I don't know what game I just had up. I'm gonna do CS:GO again. Sorry, it's gonna be on loop for a while because I only have 2 videos left because I deleted everything else to make space for this upcoming season. But as far as like local games go, I know we got a lot of good games planned for Harris. I know last season they all looked good on paper, but some of them kind of fell apart at the seams for various reasons. We also had really shit weather last year. We're hoping for better weather this year. And I feel really bad, Big Cole, if you're here. I feel really bad for the Coles field because you guys got absolutely shafted for like the first half of the year with bad apples coming out to the games, causing a lot of issues, and not necessarily because of the people they are, but because it was the opening games of the year and people were super sweaty and just wanted to go crazy, and that definitely has to be taken into consideration for future years of future games. That at the beginning of the year we're going to have a lot more issues because people have been cooped up and they want to go play and they don't want to call hits and they just want to go out and play, really, is what it comes down to. So, you know, it takes 1 or 2 games to kind of get that out of people's systems so they can mellow down and be decent players again. But the games for Coles in the beginning of the year were written really bad. They didn't get vetted through the systems like we do now. They kind of got shotgunned. Just poorly prepped, poorly played, and people hated the AO because of it.
We also had the game set up like we were playing at Harris, and you can't really do that at Coles because they're 2 different fields that are built very differently.
The night games got a lot of hate from people that wanted to play competitive night games with their $1,000 nods set up, and we learned a lot from.
You mean like $25 to $3,000?
Yeah, I was gonna say $1,000.
$1,000s. I say thousand as like a plural. Like, I know they're expensive. Punisher is asking me if I have any Pro League 2 footage, which Pro League 2 was. I believe I do. It's probably up on the channel.
That was the one I got to go to.
I can quite literally actually check if I have it up on the channel, which I should. I think there's only one game that I don't have up on the channel, and that was that's Pro League 1. Pro League 3. Where is Pro League 2? Best Omni, Rain Softening, Freelancers, New Player Day, Fulcrum Award, New Player Day Part 2. Do I not have Pro League 2 up? I thought I should have Pro League 2 somewhere. On the PC, it doesn't show me my titles sometimes. Maybe I don't have Pro League 2 up. Did I not record for Pro League 2?
I think you did.
I believe you did.
Huh. I don't know if it's up here. I'm not seeing it. Huh. Operation Hunting Grounds, Inrise, Tarkov, Coles. Huh. Maybe it's not up. Did I not get any good footage?
I have no idea.
Alright. I don't actually know. I don't see it up there, Punisher.
Pretty
I don't see it
sure
up on the channel. I probably did record it. I might have scrapped it entirely if I didn't get any good footage, which
I'm
is
pretty sure it was added.
100% possible.
That was the one I was at, correct?
Possibly.
We stayed in the trench like the whole time.
Yeah. I remember it didn't go well.
That was the first one.
No,
No, the second one we pushed Fort Harris. And
Oh no, that was because I remember me and CJ went and hid in the little foxhole for a minute next to trench.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you scrapped that one because
yeah, I didn't get any good footage.
you
Nothing
didn't
happened.
get any footage, yeah.
Yeah, so Punisher, I probably scrapped it. I scrapped 2 then. I know I did Water War. That got shelved. I got no good footage. I just didn't like the footage I got. I didn't like the game. And Pro League 2 might have been scrapped because it didn't have a good day that day. Like, we had an okay day, but, like, there was a lot of shit that happened that, like, I just wasn't in a good spot to get good footage. And now I remember looking at the footage back, and it just, nothing happened, I don't think. So I just didn't post it. Because I'm not going to post 15 minutes of walking through the woods and nothing happening, and maybe 1 or 2 guns. It's not worth it for you guys to watch, and it's not worth it for me to edit and post it. It happens sometimes. That might have been one of those instances. But Coles will get better as time goes on. Love the first 30-hour event. I have footage of the Fulcrum of War event on my channel. Didn't see you on the channel. Okay, yeah. I have Fulcrum of War on my channel as well, Pizza. I think that one's actually, it was one of the higher viewed videos I posted because of the clickbait title. Because it said one of the most controversial things, controversial games of the season, because it definitely was. As it being one of those earlier Coles games that had a lot of problems, and a lot of people got very mad on that game and on the other games that happened right either before or right after it.
Was that the one with our favorite little team that we like to talk about a lot, doing a whole bunch of cheating that day and pissing off the entire moderation team?
Fulcrum of War was the one with the Mobros and Josh getting banned. That's Fulcrum.
Oh, that's not the one I was thinking.
The one that you're thinking of is Across the Wire.
Yeah.
The rain days.
Yeah.
That we had issues with them. But they were at both games. I'm fairly certain they were at both games. So, maybe not. They might not have been at
I don't
Fulcrum.
think
I can't
the team
remember.
we're referring to was at both. I think they were just at the other one, and they were our favorite little
Punisher
team.
said some cheaters from Mass, but I don't think we had any Mass teams except for maybe the Deuce and a Half team. But I'm not sure if they were from Mass. I don't think they were. I don't think we had any team from Mass that came up on either game. Not that I directly interacted with or heard of, to be honest. But I know that as far as like my games that I'm writing, I think I'm taking a break from the Warfighter series this year. Maybe not. I was gonna write it to be a Coles game and have a trial night game for it. That we are working on to try to fix a lot of the problems that we have in night games at Coles. But I think that got shelved because all the slots got filled from other games, which is perfectly fine. So either it gets run at Harris without a night portion, or I don't run it this year and I skip a year because I know the last one a lot of people kind of have issues with. They said it wasn't their favorite game, which sucks because we had a good time, but we were on the quote-unquote winning team. So like our experience might be very different from the other team, sadly. Um, but I will probably rewrite it and either run it this year or run it next year and change a few things. Um, but as far as Cole's games go, we built new structures to try to help build up the field. We built 3 structures total at 2 locations, are already previously established locations, no new locations. Hopefully, preseason this year, my personal goal as a person who builds on the field and for the squad, we want to build a new base location from the ground up, whether it be with a structure or just making the trails and making it a location to be at, like the others were before they got anything on it. That's one of my major goals, to try to open up the field a little bit more than what it already is, and see how that goes. Maybe, I haven't talked about it, but we could put a base location between Drum, Hood, and Campbell in that nice big open valley there. Put some nice little bases in there, maybe. That would be kind of cool, make it a little bit more CQB-ish. Probably not. I mean, it's still not CQB, but it'll give you some bounding cover to go and move through. It's a good spot for a base location anyways. But I talked about it on one of my other streams, one of the other podcast episodes, about the super skirmish. Well, I'm not even gonna call it skirmish. Super fast pace airsoft game that I'm writing for Coles, and it's called COD softing, like Call of Duty, like COD softing, because that's the denomination that we use for like speed softers who like nothing but just to go shoot people, and then we call it COD softing. So I wrote a game for those people because we've been hearing some complaints about not having enough skirmish games and not having run and gun, and there's been a lot of debate on our side, the people who like to play objectives, where it's like, well, every game could be a run and gun, every game could be a skirmish game, it depends on how you play it. But this game is quite literally written to be fast paced, to be one of the fastest paced games we may have ever run and ever will run. Fast respawns, multiple respawn options, contested objectives. It's going to be wild. I hope it goes well. It could be very easily ruined by people abusing the respawn rules. But I will be a embedded moderator for that game, as I am the game runner. I'm the one who wrote the game and who's putting the game on. So I will be an embedded mod for that game. And if people are out there being cheeky with the rules, I will call them out and eject them from the game if I have to, for ruining the game, because I will not stand for that at all. Because I know people are going to try to do it. I know we play with the people that fucking bend rules all the time, and we have to deal with it. I will not allow that. It's not happening. Will not happen. But that's a whole different discussion. As for you two who are with me, what kind of games do you want to see come out of next season? In chat, we got Doc in here, we got Punisher, we got Rob, we got Big Cole, we got some new players, some older players. What games do you want to see run this year? What type of games? Objective? Do you want more Milsim-like games? Do you want more fast-paced run and guns? First Cole's game last year, I believe that was Fulcrum of War, Punisher. I believe it was. We worked together. Yeah, it would have been Fulcrum of War, for sure. CJ, was that you popping off?
Yeah,
Sorry
I was
if
gonna
cut
say
you off.
Absolute Chaos was really fun. I like the mix between like the
It was definitely the best game of the year.
it was a very
We
fast
had
paced
so much fun.
beginning, but it still had like the chill, like not chill, but like the strategy stuff that we usually get at like Harris. I did like that mix. It was a very fun game.
I know, as a game writer and an advisor to people who write games, I know that I have taken into account that game very heavily to try to incorporate what that game did for the Coles field into all of the other Coles games. Like, let's highlight some of the shit that game did really well. It had close combat for all of the objectives. They were always contested, always combat. Respawns were easy, quick, and close. You always were able to respawn very quickly and get back into the firefight, which I think for Coles is very important because it's such a big field. And you don't necessarily have to have it set up like that. You can have it set up in a way where it's a larger scale game, but make the respawns more available. It's possible. Simple objectives worked really well for that game. And it was kind of an on rails experience. Not that that's necessarily super important, and I don't think a lot of our Coles games will be on rails. For those of you guys who don't work behind the scenes on writing games, when I say on rails, it means like it's a very timed, the objective will be here at this time, the fight will be here at this location. It removes some of the unpredictability out of the game so that you could kind of have more smaller focused bouts and engagements. It just makes it easier to run a little bit as well. But Pottery, what was your favorite game from last year?
Absolute
WMD
Chaos.
was awesome. We had a ball.
WMD was fun. Absolute Chaos was fun.
I'm not sure if we ran that last year or the year before. WMD, I can't remember. It's all big stuff.
I don't know.
I'm not sure if we ran it last year.
I don't even know.
Chaos was definitely up there. On my channel, it's labeled as the best game of the year, which I might have had one or two, but that one was definitely up there. Stingers love Pro League. I know you guys love Pro League. You guys do a great job at Pro League every time. We might do a better job if we're not tied to the Imperials sometimes, but, we got to make up the numbers somehow. Our command styles vary greatly, which causes some clashing of heads. But okay, listen. I could be a stubborn ass sometimes, alright? I won't lie about that. Simple conquest games, we ran a lot of those last year where it was a conquest game with some flair, with some new stuff that had never been done before, with movable conquest points, with unlockable conquest, but whatever it was. We love conquest. It's simple, it's fun, easy to understand, and you could always kind of build on it. You know what I mean? We love that. Like for the Mill Simi game that we're doing to open up Coles, that first day is going to be a conquest-based game with some extra stuff added on. There's going to be a bunch of other stuff going on, but at the base layer, it is a conquest game. Keeps it nice and simple. And I know when we write for Coles games, or at least when I write for Coles games, you have to write it to where it can be played with a small amount of people or a very large amount of people, because you never know who's going to show up. Sadly, a lot of the Coles games near the end of the year kind of didn't get a lot of players, mainly because they were played on bad days, aka like Friday nights or Sundays, and they were on like bad weekends. So like 4th of July weekend, there's a few of them on holiday weekends, bad weather, and the field got a really bad rep at the beginning of the year. So we kind of have to prepare for that now when we think about games in the future, sadly. But I know some of the fan favorite games that we're running back at Harris, Grenz is going to make a return, I believe. The VC event. Are you talking about Into the Jungle, where it's only half of the field? The very densely wooded part of the field? That was an interesting game. I don't think me and my guys really liked it a whole lot. It's MJP's game. He wrote that, and he's definitely going to run it again, probably. He's going to try to fix a few of the things. Yeah, you couldn't run any flanks. Yeah, you're right, which kind of sucks because that's all I do, according to everyone. So, like, they're very effective. All right, listen. I'm probably going to run it again. I kind of want to be on the other side. We were on the SGC side. I want to be on the Charlie side next time for sure. Because like once the enemy team gets Echo, like that's pretty much game over. That's it. That's a wrap. 100% a wrap. We could not get the rats out of Echo to save our life. It just wasn't happening. It is a terrible fucking shitty spot to be in because you have Echo, which is a big building complex now. And what do you have all the way around Echo? Swamp with skinny ass trees. You ain't doing much there, buddy. It ain't happening. It's a hard point. And you could go around the border side of the left side of that field, but you get a few guys hiding in the densely wooded areas, and that shut down. So, like, definitely wasn't one of my favorite games, and I think I actually stopped playing, like, the last 30 minutes of it, because I got so irritated with the game and with my squad. So I just stopped playing. It happens a few times a year.
What was the game where in like the last 5 minutes I went in and capped the VIP?
That was Spiderweb. That was the other really good game of the year that we loved.
Yeah, that one was really fun.
That was a freaking great game, which was also a basic conquest game. But the spawns were good and the firefights were fucking fantastic. Some of the best firefights we had all year by far. Has one of the best moments of my POV probably on the channel as a whole when I wipe prison of like fucking 15 people by myself. Crazy gameplay that was. But that was a great game. I would love to run that back. Maybe not this year, but maybe next year. Because that was just a genuinely fun game. It had a bunch of cool objectives going on in addition to the conquest. But I definitely felt personally like a lot of the games this past season like looked really good on paper and then kind of just fell apart during gameplay. Reasons for that, I don't know if it was team balancing. I don't know if it was the way the game was written. I know I had my scuffs. You know what? Now that I think about it, guys, CJ and Pottery.
What's that?
Yeah.
I think what ruined a lot of my experiences from this year was having people play the middle faction that had no business playing the middle faction. I think, now that I think about it, I think that's what did me in for a lot of the games that I disagreed with. Because we had a handful of games with middle factions. Like Ruben's game with the Scavs, the Punisher's game with the middle faction in Operation Hunting Grounds, I think it was. But I think they played the middle faction, so I don't think I had a big issue with that. You had Yao's game with the Hunters that went sideways. Like almost every game that had a middle faction just went absolutely fucking in the gutter for me. And I think it's because of the people that got chosen to play the middle faction. I'm not going to fucking put them on blast, but I think there was definitely some fucking shady shit occurring with those middle faction players. And I think we could all attest to that. And there's a few games where I had issues with the on-site embedded mods and the field staff and other veterans who would swap factions and not mention it, or swap factions without talking to the leadership on the other team. I had a big issue with that this past season. Like it happened in Spiderweb Pottery when fucking Ruben's whole detachment of like 7 guys just disappeared and team swapped without anyone knowing. Okay, Bob HD, Ruben's in here. He's talking about the scavs. Ruben, when, to touch on that a little bit, my team could never extract properly because the scavs were always in the way. And we didn't have a clear ROE to fucking kill on site, to not kill them. Were they getting paid to do it? They were guarding the site. I know that's probably how it was written to be, but I know as me being the squad leader, and probably Pottery, you were there, right? No,
No, I don't think it was.
I don't know if CJ was there. Oracle was definitely there. Um, it just kind of felt like a gray area, to be honest. I didn't know really how to handle the situation as a squad leader going into that, because it's like my squad's already small enough as it is, and you had, I don't know, 6 or 7 guys at any given time on the extract, and it's like I never got the stuff to hire them, and it just might have been the way that it rolled with our squad, but it just felt like a big gray area that I didn't know how to handle as a guy leading my squad. And that might have been the way it was intended to be, but it was not great for me. But that's like one of the smaller, minute times that a middle-ish faction had not rubbed me the wrong way, but like I didn't know how to deal with it. Like there's other games where the middle faction felt, and it might not have been true, but it definitely felt like the middle faction was dicking our team down more than the other team, more often than not. And it shouldn't necessarily always be like that. Way too complicated for newer players, and this year we had lots of new players. Okay. There's definitely some games that were more complicated. Like the Tarkov game was fairly complicated for newer players coming. I definitely feel that.
I'm sorry, Dusty. Did you when you posted this on the Facebook page? Did you not put a link to it?
I did in the comments because someone
No,
asked
you
for the
gotta
link. So,
you gotta put a link to it, bro.
well, listen, this is like the 8th time I've posted my channel in the Facebook group. I don't want to keep doing it every time. I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to make it look
No,
like I'm
be that guy. Just be that
begging
guy.
for viewers or subscribers.
Just be that guy.
Like I think I did for like the ballahack. I might have linked the ballahack video because that's like kind of big and it was a big thing for me personally, and for the squad. But like for the streams, I kind of
Just be
post
that.
it. This is like the 4th one that we've done. So like usually the people that chime in are gonna be usuals and they know the system. But I see where you're coming
Just be
from.
that guy. No, because someone just asked me, asked on the second one that you posted a link for it.
Yeah, that was like 2 hours ago at this point.
Yeah, my bad, bro. Dick. Man.
But
Pottery, what are you doing?
me?
What?
I can hear your mic like clicking in and out.
Oh yeah, it just does that sometimes.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
funny.
it's probably him and his trash mics.
What do you mean? I have
got
the
a
same
few of
mic
them.
as you. It's that my controller's plugged in right now.
Are you on Xbox
Yeah,
now?
he's
Oh,
probably
you're
on Xbox. Yeah, he's on
I'm playing
Xbox.
games right now.
He's a Chad, bro. He's doing what Oracle could never do, multitask. Dude, I'd be throwing smoke at everybody. All right, we do it all the time to each other. You guys do it to me all the time. You guys are like, Dusty only flanks. You're fat. I gotta throw some flack back. All right, I can't just take it all the time. I gotta
Throw some
throw it
heat,
out.
bro.
Yeah, I gotta diss some heat here and there.
Yeah, dish me back out. Yeah.
But I'm excited to see, Ruben, if you run the Tarkov game. I want to see how the scavs go now that I've done it once. It just, from my experience in that game, it just didn't work out for us personally. Not in a negative way necessarily, but we didn't get to interact with them probably as we should have. And that's going to happen. Everyone has different experiences. So, but I know Ruben. Okay, he talked about the team switching for Spiderweb. Yeah, our squad never got around to that side of the field. We were at prison exclusively the whole day, so we never saw that. I'm not saying that it irritated us or anything. And at the point when you had swapped teams, I was actually like, I took myself out of the game. I was helping a kid that was having iPro issue, so I was helping him trying to fix it. And then I brought him to Omego to try to see if we could get a better option for him because he was having a really bad issue with his whole setup that he had going on. So I was trying to get that fixed. So I was out of the game for 30 minutes or more trying to do that. So when I got back, it was like an hour out from endgame, and I came back into our um, permanent respawn, and I had found out that you guys had swapped, and the entire state of the field had swapped for our team. Because it went from us spawn camping them to us getting locked in our spawn, which is fine. I have no problem with that. Larger issue is that I had no one, um, like when the veterans of the field decide to swap teams, they'll talk to the people that they think it's important, but they don't tell like the command or anything like that. Like our command had no idea that you had swapped. I don't think it didn't seem like that when I had gotten to our respawn to get a debrief on what the updated game state was after I pulled myself out of the game to deal with that kid. Um, that was my big issues multiple times where when people swap factions or swap teams, they didn't notify either the command of the game, which I get sometimes isn't always the most reliable. I get that, or the other veterans on the field, which granted, me, I might not have any neck or stake or right to know or have an input, but it is nice. There's definitely one instance where I literally almost walked off the field because people had swapped teams without talking to me. Or they tried talking to me, but I was so irritated with the people at that point in time that I just didn't want to talk to them. And that's on me personally. Um, but it had ruined the state of the game completely. And Oracle, who's not on the chat anymore, he could attest to this. Um, when I walk up to players that belong to the faction of the players that had swapped over, and they're mindlessly lost because they don't have leadership anymore, or because they have no idea what's going on because these people left their faction because they thought they were winning too much. That caused a big issue for me personally, and it made me very upset to see that. And I quite literally was like, I'm not even gonna kill you guys. I was like, this isn't right. You guys have no idea what's going on. You're dejected from your team. Your team's fallen apart. It was a hot mess um, at that particular instance. So I've just had a few interactions where it didn't work out as it was intended, and I just wish more communication had been used prior to the decision. Uh, that's really what I'm getting to the bottom of. Is I just wish more communication was used um, with the players around them, just in general. I have no problem with people swapping factions, but sometimes it's not necessarily needed, even if they think it is, um, because everyone has different experiences. But as to what you're saying, yeah, it was probably definitely needed in that particular game. I just wish we had known about it and it wasn't a surprise to us when either you're an enemy or we expect you to be there to do certain things and you're not there because you've swapped factions. Um, because you've done the right thing to swap factions to help balance the game, but no one had known about it because no one communicated it. That's really the issue. Not you guys doing the action, but the thereafter effect of knowing about the action that may have needed to know. If you understand what I'm getting at there. I've lost where I was going now.
Who knows?
I
You're
don't
on a
know anymore.
tangent.
I was on a tangent about lack of communication. But I'm out of things to talk about. Chat, give me something to talk about. I've ran out of things. I've talked about
We're out of
games.
things.
I've talked about games. I've talked about the trip.
The trip was the trip.
Yeah, the trip was the trip. We've talked about the trip. I have videos up on the channel about it.
Yeah.
Not all airsoft. There was some touristy video. Actually has a lot more views than I thought it would.
Yeah.
So that's pleasantly surprising. Least favorite game. Fulcrum of War, Across the Wire, all of those long drawn out early Coles games. I hated them, bro. They did not play well. The objectives were dog dookie, boring.
Oh,
A bunch of bad apples made the games terrible.
yeah.
Other games maybe where the middle faction wasn't being totally balanced. And maybe that's the way the game was written, not necessarily the players that were on it, but just the lack thereof thought of. There's a few things that when you write games that I take into account. One is the dummy clause, which is writing games for literal 2-year-olds. You always have to think of that when you write objectives and spawns and everything else. You have to think about the people who are not as mentally inclined as others and cannot wrap their head around a game. And there's also the other side of that coin, which is the stupid sweaty fuck clause. And you got to think about certain players on the field who are going to bend the rules to their advantage in a way to win because they're hyper competitive. And so you kind of have to think of both sides at the same time. And some of those games just did not do that. Like some of those middle factions had like maybe some super competitive guys on it that, maybe the middle faction was to be dicks and just kill people, but there's some leeway there. Do you have to go all the way to the extreme? No. Do you have to do the bare minimum? No. You want to be somewhere in the middle, and sometimes that vision always isn't realized. I know that me personally, when we take on a middle faction or a role-playing role that has an impact in the game running, we always try to be as balanced as possible. Whether it be, maybe backing off from certain gunfights, or maybe, taking our foot off the gas to say, maybe we're going to go have a little bit more fun. We're not going to try so hard. But we definitely have those moments where we're hyper competitive too. It just depends on the day. We try to make it work as best as possible, but sometimes people don't always think of that, and they get really caught up in the moment, and that can have a negative effect on others around them. It just happens. This is a thing that happens, and you have to try to consider that when you write games and when you run games. It's very hard because you never know who's going to come out that day. It's not an easy thing to do, and sometimes that gets kind of lost in all the noise, as per se, when you're getting a game going, and when you're getting everything in line, and you're doing the rules, and you're doing the briefings and the chronos, and it's definitely not easy. Spring shooting for next winter, and said Matt Holderman. I don't know who that is by name. Yeah, I mean, it's a shame you're not going to make it to ballahack, but you definitely want to go in the wintertime. And you for sure want to go to a big event. Don't go for a skirmish. It's not worth it. If you play at Coles or Harris, it is not worth it to go to a skirmish at ballahack. It's not worth it. You want to go to a big event for sure. We learned that. Maybe just because we're really picky. TK from posting. Oh, TK, you're the guy that went to Milsim event as your first game, right? No, that was the other kid. You were the guy that was running the Ronin from KWA. Yes. And you did go to a Milsim. Okay. I wasn't totally off there, but I was thinking of the other guy that was really interested in what we were doing. I remember you, TK. I gave you that name. I do remember. Ballahack is cool. Go to a big event. That's where the magic is. 100% that is where the magic is. It's not that special otherwise. And if you're a Milsimi guy, I'm sure their bigger events are definitely probably a little bit more Milsimi. I haven't watched enough clips and anything about that to really know, and I can't talk from experience. So I'm just going to take it with a grain of salt and say that their bigger events are probably a little bit more either akin to what we do at Harris or Coles or better, like Clawhammer level, Stag Ops level. And yeah, having a Milsim level game as your first game into Airsoft is amazing. There's definitely a few guys that have done it. I have no idea how you even process that, because like I've played at a Milsim and like I was still a little bit confused and lost at times. What camo do I wear? Our team camo is OD green. We like OD.
Or Ranger Green.
Just or Ranger green, just flat green. We like it. It works.
Most of the guys
Our
run just flat
second
green.
camo would probably be woodland, to be honest.
M81, yeah.
We are not a fan of multicam because
Well,
multicam reminds me of like HPA. Like HPA is evil. Like multicam is like for them fucking milsim losers who do nothing but be hard asses all the time. Like that's what
Betsy's not a
multicam
fan
is
of
for me.
multicam.
That is what it stands for me. It's like, oh, I'm out here sweating my balls off. I'm an operator.
Okay, well, I will admit,
it's like too
the fall
realistic.
the fall season, multicam works too good.
Multicam works real good in the fall. I won't lie. But you could also get Flecktarn, which will work just as good.
Yeah, but Flecktarn doesn't work at like the peak of it, like when all the leaves are on the ground.
Okay, probably.
But if you wear it like when it's like middle summer and it's all green out, I'm gonna make fun of you.
Yeah, I will make fun of people who wear multicam.
We should have the guys here in the comments ask questions about the team and whatnot, stuff they want to know about us.
Yeah, if you guys want to know anything about us, go ahead. I know a lot of you guys know us and have known us for a little bit. I know some of you guys are new. Like TK is definitely very new. Doc has probably been around, but I really only know of him from this past season in like the later half of the season when he came out to Coles a bunch. But if you guys want to know anything about us, we do OD Green and M81, and there's a few of us who have different camos. Other than that, I have a green zone camo that I would like to wear, but I'm too fucking fat to fit in it half the time now. That's a personal problem. Marpat. Are you talking about like digital woodland Marine Corps
Digiwood,
Marpat?
that's Marpat. Yeah.
Also very good. I actually have. I used to have some of that. I don't think I have it anymore.
That's not my
It's
favorite.
not bad.
It's not bad, but
I run light colors up top and dark colors down bottom. So I have Tiger Stripe for bottoms as well. They work decent. I just want anything dark on my bottom half because a lot of the time that's going to be stuff that's in the dirt, at the base of a tree. The top half is going to be a lot of the exposed greenery and whatnot. That's basically my camo, the way I look at camo. You know, I've looked at the Novrich camo, the crude solder stuff. Looks like it worked pretty good for peak season.
I did look into the
crude solder. It's crude solder.
Yeah. It looks like it just looks like Tiger Stripe, but instead of black, it's brown, which actually seems like it worked really well. But
yeah,
I don't feel like paying his like extra price for fucking.
It ain't that bad. It's. I'm pretty sure his basis is like the Emerson gear. Combat stuff.
No, you can get the Emerson gear one in it, but his actual like his made fucking.
Oh really? I didn't know he had like in-house. I thought it looks like all Emerson gear.
No, I'm pretty because
so
yeah, it's ASU, which is it's $119 just for the pants.
I love my Emerson gear combat stuff. I will say that it is bulky and hot. It gets warm and it's bulky. That's the only thing I don't like about their combat suits.
Multicam Tropic.
I really like if you run OD Green, the 511 pants in OD Green, comfortable, wicked great. They're lightweight, they're flexible. They might not hold up for a long time against like tearing and stuff because they're not made of like the super heavy duty military nylons.
I did not know. He has Multicam Tropic. I did not know that. Multicam
Tropic's really good up here too for peak season. Funny enough, I wear blue jeans quite a bit. To be honest, I wear jeans. I love my like civilian recce look of like jeans and a flannel or like jeans and a combat top and like all my kit. I like the look of it, and jeans are just wicked comfortable. And especially if I get like a darker color, like if I were to get black jeans or even green jeans, like dark green jeans, work great, work great. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I will say on the terms of like camos and accessories and whatnot. These are very expensive. I bought one. They're from EU. It's from the Delta Mic shop. Um, it is the balaclava with the integrated uh, mesh face protection, and I got it off season. It costs like I don't know $60. It's wicked expensive compared to other options. I will say, guys, that it is one of the best lower face protection options that I have ever found. I don't fog up a lot. It's fairly comfortable. If you got a beard, however, if you got a beard, it's a no go. It's gonna irritate the ever living hell out of you. If you keep it shorter than mine right now, if you trim it up and keep it short, it works great. Um, but if it's a longer, big beard or scraggly like mine is now, it'll irritate you quite a bit just because you have all this stuff just right up next to your face. But it's comfortable, breathes well, keeps my mouth protected. Um, and I run it with a full helmet and all that, and it works fine. So if you guys are looking for a lower face protection that is comfortable, I would go with that one. It's expensive, but worth the money. I will say, as anything in airsoft, to find something that works well and that's comfortable, it's going to cost a lot, but it's going to be worth it. I hold that true with helmets, X-Fogs, eyewear, face protection, all that stuff. The more expensive, likely going to be the better. I don't mind cheaping out on certain things, but I've found that cheaping out on those kind of things not necessarily the best option. Personal hot take, personal take. Like I run prescription full seal ANSI goggles or low pro goggles, and those cost I don't know like almost just shy of $300, $200. Best investment ever. Best investment ever. I have to run them with an X-Fog, but still very good. I can actually see what I'm shooting because I need glasses. And I don't have to wear goggles over my glasses. I don't have to wear contacts. I don't have to wear inserts. It's fantastic for anyone who runs classes. Go to your eyewear, eye doctor, or wherever you get your eyewear from. They probably have an option. I didn't look into it, but you might even be able to get them implemented into the most popular platforms like the ESS crossbows or the Oakley M frames. Is it possible? Probably. Have I tried?
Frames
No.
are on top.
Yeah, M frames and crossbows are peak. They have the X-Fog inserts made for them specifically. They're just good design overall in general, I think, personally.
I gotta get those inserts.
But like, if you guys have gear questions, I know TK, you're newer and you were at the thing, and we talked a lot about gear. Doc, you're a little bit more better situated, and you like your gear, I think, the way it is. CJ runs a plate carrier. I run a chest rig. I am partial to my Emerson Gear Mini Voyage for $80. Best chest rig I've ever found.
I will say, since it's just airsoft and you don't need plates or anything like that, a low rig might be more beneficial. I run a full plate carrier just because I like having a bunch of shit on me, but
I mean, I have a backpack for that.
Yeah, you can still get away with it, honestly. Like I'm planning on the best one a low rig too, but sometimes a plate carrier is just based.
They look good. I'll say that. Plate carriers make you look a little bit more professional.
Yeah, I also use all my gear, and I played airsoft is also all my real steel shit. Yeah. So
I am getting there slowly. I do want to get a nice plate carrier rig at some point and get real plates for it.
Well, the big thing that people do in airsoft that kind of pisses me off is everyone thinks because they see like the big YouTubers and they go to their field at like the 15-year vets and they have like actual real steel gear and they're like, oh, I gotta buy this. So they buy like a shitty gun and then spend all their money on gear, and it's like,
Yeah, I mean, gear's really important, though. To be honest,
it can be, but like the people who are like, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, airsoft is definitely a fashion show, but if you're
100%.
if you're out there geeking over someone's gear, it's kind of like, like, because if you make fun of them for having like a $40 chest rig instead of like a $300 Cry G3, you're weird. That was my little rant. So
Your little rant.
little rant.
So who do we got in here? We got Ruben was in here. You got one of the Stingers. You got TK, which I'm totally surprised he was here, and he might still be here. Chat's gone silent.
Mm-hmm.
You guys don't talk enough. Start talking. That's it. Start talking. Do it. You guys can ask us anything. I mean, we've gone on our tangent about what we wanted to talk about.
We've gotten to the part of the where
We've gotten to the part where you guys can ask us. You know, if you want to know about guns, you want to know about gear, sidearms, things that we've learned, things that we're still learning about.
I don't think our squad really has like a designated brand or gun that we all use. I mean, we all have like our preferred and stuff, but
Grumpy's here. Hi, Grumpy.
yeah, Grumpy's still here. Yeah.
Grumpy. No,
I
we
mean,
don't.
Justin,
The only thing
your
that
guns are
is
not stock
standard.
at all.
No, I can't keep shit stuff.
The only thing our
maybe
squad does.
now with the way
Yeah.
guns are coming out, it ain't so bad anymore. But like the one mandate I had for our squad was like, all right, if you get a gun, M4 AK, or both, have one of them. And it's got to be a good one. After that, go crazy, do whatever you want to do. But you got to have at least one or two of those, so that, you know, push comes to shove, we're all accounted for and good.
I don't feel like our squad's really strict on shit like that. Like we don't
No,
have like
no,
we don't have
no.
to wear the colors we wear. We just happen to all run that same color.
Yeah, just because it looks good.
Yeah.
Mainly because it's nice. We like OD green.
Yeah.
I'm not
But
I'm not a dictator, squad leader, team founder
No.
by any means.
Like you're not like, oh, you can't buy this brand, or no, we have to run this brand or what.
The only person I'm like that with is Odin, because he wants to make all of the terrible gun purchases, and I'm like,
Oh,
Odin,
yeah.
just no, don't, just please, just get one good gun. He's like, but I got this and I got that, and I'm like, you got shitty ass guns that are gonna be hard as hell to work on. I was like, just get some basic ass stuff. And he's like, no, I want to be special. But I was like, he's also the squad gunner. So, like, he's got the squad gun. And that's all we need. That's all we care about.
Well,
Anything
until we
else
get
is
the RPKO.
irrelevant.
Until we get the RPKO.
Yeah, I'm waiting for taxes so I can. It's in the shopping cart to get a new Titan for it. And then send it off to the tech to get fixed and make sure it runs properly. And a new drum mag. I'm ordering a SEMA drum mag for it because I don't trust LCT anymore. Even though they're probably fine. Sadly, I don't trust ENL or LCT anymore because I've had too many problems with compatibility and parts compatibility and just shit not working right, sadly. Cheaper is sometimes better. Cheaper shit will technically work with a lot more parts because the QC is not as good. So it'll work with a lot of different parts.
Y-Line and Evil? What?
Y-Line Evil? Is he talking about HPA? Are you talking about what HPA is evil, or?
I think so. Because Cody's a baby.
HPA it's viewed as evil, if that's what you're talking about. HPA is could be evil, and HPA can bring the worst of us to the forefront.
Are you
It
talking
is a
about
platform for evil.
Are you talking about a certain subject?
No. We won't talk about
No,
that.
no, we're not gonna get to that.
We're not gonna get into that. That's not gonna be discussed.
No.
Yeah, he said yes. So why line evil? Because HPA has the ability to do things that most guns can't, without spending a lot of money. It essentially just drops an F1 car into people's hands, and they might not know how to responsibly use that tool. I'll put it like that. It's like giving a toddler a race car. You know, they don't know how to drive yet, but they have a tool that is meant for driving, specifically. You know. Yeah, yeah, you're not totally wrong, Ruben.
Yeah, but
AEGs. I
yeah,
will say
I think
though, the money and skill you have to put into an AEG to get it to perform as an HPA is there's a skill gap and a price gap there for sure. Um, Also, HPA is just convenient. It's more convenient than it is an AEG. Uh, AEGs you constantly have to take apart and put back together and continuously tune them up and replace broken parts and replace worn out parts. HPA, you just turn the regulator up or down for whatever field you're at and you're good. You don't have to spring swap. You don't have to make sure your gun's built to shoot certain weight BBs. And it's just much more convenient. That's really, when I look at HPA, that's what I look at. I look at convenience. You know, I can just grab my gun, plug it in, plug the line in, and 90% of the time I'm probably good to go. Like Pottery's been running the same HPA gun for like 2 years now. We haven't touched it. Still runs great every time. Except for when he says, my selector's broken. And he forgets that the first selector on an F2 without calibration is semi-auto rather than full auto on an AK. He's a dingus though, so it is
It's
what it is.
backwards. It's
It's
backwards. AK.
backwards. Yeah, it's backwards because the programming programming chip in that is broken. That's my fault because AKs like to do this thing called fall over all the time, and that's what caused that to break. Fell right on the LCD screen and cracked it. Depression is what that was. Yeah, you're not totally wrong there, Ruben. It is not the cost difference isn't that crazy, but compared to buying a gun off amped, it's pre-built and it should probably function really well. Like when people ask me like, oh, is it worth the money to buy the gun and then buy the engine and then install it myself? I was like, nah, just do a pre-built from amped. It's probably going to be, you're paying maybe an extra 150 bucks for what would be the labor to do the gun. And it's just worth it, in my general opinion. Worth it. Don't bother trying to build one yourself. Save you a lot of headache if you don't know what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Ruben, Punisher, aka Zach, what were your favorite games this past season? I know Ruben's probably going to be partial to like Tarkov, but he didn't play that game. He was the game runner, so maybe not. Okay, what was your favorite game that you played? And like, what was the reason it was so good? Was it the firefights? Was it the objectives that we did? Was it like, I want to know. I know that Ruben's brother put out the survey talking about this kind of stuff. I looked at the results. The results weren't totally great at actually like pointing in a clear direction of what people wanted. It was kind of mixed and kind of everywhere. I know the comments on his survey were definitely all about objective play, and I think that's something that I can agree on personally. I love objective play. All my guys love objective play. But that isn't to say that we should go one way or the other, or there'd be no objectives or totally objectives. You could find a middle ground. Hard to do. I'm working on it. I'm running my test game this year to see if I can try to bridge that gap. Could go well, could go fucking terribly. We will see. It is a test run for it's a concept build essentially. CJ, are you gonna how often do you think you're gonna be able to come out this year? Are you gonna be coming out a lot? I really hope so.
I'm gonna try to, but
because
as
like
much as I can.
games that you're there for, like generally just go better. You know what I mean? They just go better. They're just better. Games when me and CJ get to run together are some of the most enjoyable games. Because he is my battle buddy. Clayton's kind of always around somewhere.
I'm doing something. I'm always
he's
out and
doing
about.
something. What are you playing right now, Potter? What are you playing?
I don't want to admit what
Skater?
I'm playing. No, I
Fortnite?
was, and then I decided that I hate myself, so I booted up Siege.
I feel sorry for you.
Yeah, I just
It's
got off it
funny.
actually after going 14-5 and
Jimmy,
still losing.
Jimmy
I was
and
gonna say-
Dom have been playing the Division 2, and I'm like, why do these people play bad games?
Hey! Don't diss talk the Division. Division's
Fuck
not
the
bad.
Division.
Yeah, fuck
mean-
the Division.
It's bad.
You guys
It is
see?
bad,
You see
though.
that new pirate game that came out? What the fuck? Cross and
Yeah,
Oh, you mean these
it
Skull
was
and
so-
Bones that have been
it
in
was
the
so
works for
boring when the beta
85,000
testers quit it.
years? Oh,
Yeah,
dear.
no.
I will not
Didn't it-
buy that game. I haven't even looked at that game. I don't.
Yeah, because
I don't
Ubisoft
care.
trailers are always exactly how the games are.
Oh, Ubisoft is just bad.
Yeah, you know, like
They've been
Assassin's Creed
bad
Mirage.
for like a few years.
On
Like their
God.
last good game might have been Assassin's Creed Valhalla, but
No, Valhalla was ass.
was
no,
it?
the last-
I figured
last-
I figured the Mythos would have done a lot of heavy
Their last
cherry
okay,
work
so
for that game.
Valhalla was, if it was just a standalone Viking game, it would be okay, but knowing that it's trying to live up to be an Assassin's Creed game, it was just not good.
Ass. Yeah, no. Honestly, the last good game was Unity.
Unity, was that the
Even
multiplayer
then,
one?
Yeah.
Didn't that have a terrible launch riddled with
Yes.
bugs?
Yeah,
Yes.
but I mean, now it's a really good game. I love that game.
Now
I
now
grew up
it's a
on
good
it.
game.
Black Flag's on top. You can
Yeah,
always
Black-
choose a
if
mine.
Black Flag was multiplayer,
Oh my, it is.
peak. Is it multiplayer?
Well, it's multiplayer versus. It's
Yeah.
not
Oh,
multiplayer
it's not
like co-op.
cooperative. There's not a lot of co-op games coming out these days, and it's actually
Mm-mm.
depressing.
Well, I mean,
It's
they
really
just
sad.
dropped Helldivers 2, which is literally
Okay,
just
listen,
code.
listen.
Yeah,
Listen,
yeah.
we have to
We
cope.
don't want to talk about
We
that.
have to cope, okay? Because PlayStation is a bunch of fucking sissy nannies, and we hate them.
PC on top.
Fuck them guys. PC's whatever. All right, but fuck Sony. All right, fuck them guys. They're
It's
like,
a good ass game. It's a good ass game, right?
no, because Sony's just like, we're the only reason people are gonna buy our console is because we fucking console lock our games, and that's a bullshit fucking marketing strategy. It's just being a douchebag. No, all of the
Yes.
Xbox exclusives are coming out on PlayStation.
No, Halo was on Xbox exclusively for years.
Okay, but it's also on PC.
Yeah, but,
It's been on
you know,
PC for a long time.
that's still console locked, and
But
Helldivers 2 is still on PC.
what? We have what? Halo? That was it. We had Halo.
Forza.
That was the only game. Okay, but
Forza.
they got fucking Gran Turismo. Okay, that's close enough. The early Gran
to be
Turismo on the
fair-
PlayStation 2 were absolutely baller. I played them.
To
okay?
be fair, Cody, now that Microsoft, took over Bethesda and stuff, they've already announced that the next Elder Scrolls game is going to be console locked.
Well, no,
So,
I
like-
could have swore I saw something that all of the exclusive that Xbox were coming out with, they said that they were going to be released on PlayStation. I saw somewhere that PlayStation is getting them at some point, that they're not going to be exclusive to Xbox. Like, it's a timed exclusive thing. I read that. I seen it somewhere. It could have been wrong, because you get a lot of misinformation when it comes to the gaming world.
I mean, there's a lot of people yelling at Sony to let Helldivers 2 come to Xbox, which I would love
It
to play
should.
Helldivers 2. It should.
Helldivers should come out
Console
on
exclusivity
Game
is
Pass.
kind of dumb.
Dude, there's
but
so
what
many
do- what do I know
games
about?
that should come out on Game Pass right now, like Lethal Company, GTFO. I know these are small developer PC games, but
Wait,
Xbox.
GTFO is coming to console?
No, it's not.
No?
Not yet. They just finished the game like last year.
Yeah.
But these are these kind of really awesome squad-based multiplayer games. Like Ready or Not, that's another one that should come to console at some point. It's not on console, I don't think.
Yeah, Ready or
Um,
Not. It's one of those like
But
Milsim
these
video
games,
though.
these
It's
games,
like-
Xbox should literally, especially the smaller ones like Lethal Company and GTFO, who had their limelight moments, they should really reach out to them and be like, dude, we want to sign a contract. We'll help. Microsoft Studios will help you port it and build the game on the console to come out in Game Pass. Like, they should do this stuff, and they're just not doing it. Like, they're missing the opportunity. I don't know why. I don't know if it's they got too much going on. But, like, there's these great games that are coming out on PC that aren't exclusive to consoles yet. and they're just missing the mark on signing these guys.
Well, I
in their
know,
games.
I know, like, there was a couple games like that that were set to come to console.
Rust went to
Like Lethal
console.
Company, I think they had plans to. Another
Phasmophobia
game
was
like that
one.
where it got, yeah, Phasmophobia, where they
Phasmophobia
got
was
like their like
supposed to come to
20 minutes of
console.
fame and then died.
It was supposed to come to console, and I think there was
The
actually
issue is we've gotten to a point
trailer
where
and everything.
AAA gaming is such shit that it's just indie games that are doing it. The issue is
Yeah,
like
indie games and
every
arcade
5 minutes
games.
it's a new indie game.
Mm-hmm.
And so, you know,
Someone
that you
said
can't physically
in the
port
chat,
a game to console that quickly, so you know.
there's someone in chat that I don't, New Del Queen. I've never seen them in our chat before. Says that from what I've seen, all the winners have HPAs. Is that totally true? Maybe, but I think it's the more caliber of player that use HPAs that might influence that outcome. I'll put it that way.
Well, you got to
Good or
think
bad?
HPA is kind of considered like the end of your airsoft gun thing. Like that is like the top tier airsoft gun.
The way
type
I
of
look
thing.
at
So,
HPA is like pay to win video games. Like that's what HPA feels to me. It feels like pay to win
well, no, what I'm saying is it's usually
systems.
the players who have been playing for multiple years who get HPA
Yeah.
guns. So is it the HPA guns that's doing it for them? A little bit, but it's also they have a skill level.
Mm-hmm.
They've been playing for a long time usually.
It's like an F1 race car. It's a tool that gives you the ability to do things easier than other options. For better or worse. Some players use it for worse. We've seen multiple cases of it. But it could be used for good things too. Yeah, all the Harris Software team uses AEGs. Except for Chuck. I think Chuck has an HPA gun. Chuck might have one. I don't know for sure though. I feel like he has one. I feel like I've seen him with one, but he might have been using someone else's. But yes, a lot of the Op4 guys run AEGs. As I said, I would love to have multiple HPA rifles just because they're convenient. You know, I love my AEGs. I have grown sentimental to every AEG that I own. Like, the guy I go for teching is just like, well, you could do like the builds that I do with these guns, and I'm like, no. I was like, I don't want all my guns to be the same. I want all my guns to be different. I was like, the parts could be the same, but like I want different guns for different purposes. You know, I have like my carbine length AK, I have my crank AK, I have my M16, I got my standard length M4. I was like, they all serve different purposes in my arsenal, and I want to use them all at different point in time. But I do have, primaries. It's like a PC. Don't you always want to upgrade after playing for a while? Yeah, yeah. I think as an airsoft player, you go through those evolutions. I know I started playing with a combat machine. Runs great, shoots like shit. So I kind of learned how to play with a really bad gun. And then I upgraded. I got a better G&G gun that shot a little bit better. Still bad compared to what I do now. Still terrible. But I had to learn how to play with those bad guns. And that's that skill gap that, players coming into the game now don't really have that. They have guns that are coming with MOSFETs and they can change the sensitivity of the triggers and they all shoot pretty dang well now. They don't have that kind of like I gotta play with a fucking slingshot type of feel. That's why like when people see me and they make the joke, oh Dusty, all you do is run flanks, all you do is stealth maneuvers. And I was like, that's what I had to do to play the game. I'm sorry. When I was coming in, that's what I had to learn how to do, and that's what I got good at doing. So, with the guns I run now, I could do a lot more things. They allow me to do more things a lot easier. Get in head-on gunfights and have a better chance of winning. I definitely think having better guns helps play the game, and it opens up a lot of avenues. Our rival squad, not our rival squad, but our ally squad has a differing opinion on that. They don't like upgrading guns. They don't like, making them performance based. Do we disagree on that? Hell yes, we do. They're just different type of players. Play the game differently. You know what I mean? And Punisher said, controversial opinion, least favorite team to go against. We probably have two. I think me and the guys can agree on two. The first one on the top of the list is gonna be GST. We don't have respect for that team. We definitely don't like playing against them. We don't
No.
like talking to them.
I don't like having to
associating
moderate
with
them.
We don't want to associate with them at all. And it would not be beyond us to like to see them get ejected from our fields at certain times. And next to that, for a whole different reason, would probably be the Op4 / Harris management team. They're very good at the game. They've been playing a long time, so their coordination is very good. Their guns are very good. They know the field very well. They are hard to play against, man. They are very hard to play against. They play hard. They fucking, when they do care to read the op, let's be honest, when they care to read the op and read the rules, they will try to bend the rules as much as they can within reason to give them advantage at winning, because they're highly competitive a lot of the times. They're fun to fight against sometimes, and other times, man, it sucks. But I will say, I'll give credit where credit is due. They are probably the reason the caliber of players at the fields that we go to, aka our home fields, are as high as it is. Because in order to have a good time, in order to fucking play the game, you got to compete against these guys. And man, you got to up your level to a whole new level that you will not see at any other field in any other state that we've been to. And that's just honesty. That's regardless of your opinion, that is how it is. And we've seen it going to different fields. The caliber of players are just not there. They will never be there. And I think it's partly due to these guys at our home field that are just that good. Regardless of the issues we might have with them day to day, game to game, it is what it is. We don't hate them. We have our scraps here and there, but when you get two hyper competitive teams going head to head, sometimes it gets heated. It is what it is. But least favorite, GSD all the way on the top, and then right below them is going to be the Op4 Harris management team, because they're so good at what they do, regardless of opinion on them personally. But Stingers, you guys really don't bother us too much. It's usually always fair game when we go out and play together or against each other. There's not. I'm trying to think of any. Is there any other squads that come out that we fight against or with all the time? You guys? You two? Not really.
Not that I can really think
No,
of.
not
Not
really.
There's probably a few smaller squads for sure that come out, but talking about the big dogs that we really have to interact with all the time. But yeah, fuck them GSD guys. They're not cool. I don't like them at all. I'll
They
be
were
man
the
enough.
the
I'll be
one
man enough.
interaction I've had with them.
I'll be man enough to admit that.
And they're like, "Damn, how much? Let's play a game of how much we can cheat in one day."
Yeah.
And
much we
it
can
was
weasel
a
our
very
way
fun
around.
day for me.
Yeah, as we get into the more older roles of being veteran players and trying to help out the fields and make sure people are as honest as possible.
How long do you think you've been playing for?
Since like 2018, 2019.
Oh shit, really?
I think so. I started playing before I finished high school, and I finished high school in 2019. So
When
Thinking
Clay, when'd you start?
2018, maybe.
Clay, when did you start?
He started the same time I did.
Yeah.
Oh shit, I got a few
About the
years on you then.
same year. Oh yeah,
No,
for
I
sure.
think I started a year after you.
Hold on, I can go check. Actually, it's on my YouTube somewhere, I believe.
It's on my YouTube somewhere. I don't.
Or
I
unless I
think
deleted it.
the last Omega documented game was probably 2019 or 2020, but I think I was playing before that.
My
little bit.
very first game. Right. Yeah.
But by far, I'm still a very new player as far as it goes in the general scale of things.
My very first
Um,
game that I videoed and I'd already been playing for like 3 years was 3 years ago.
2021.
2020 is when I first started making
4 years ago.
content. Yeah, but
So we
I
might
have
have started around the same time.
no, I started in like
2017, 2016.
2016 sounds about right.
So like when you were fresh out of the cradle at 12-year-olds to play at
Oh.
the
Well,
local fields.
my first like actual field game was like 2016. I started playing when I was like fucking 3.
I mean, back when I was
Yeah,
younger, I played airsoft, but like not at the level that not at a field.
Yeah, I've been it's been a few
That's a lot of
years.
people's stories, to be honest. They're like, yeah, we
Yeah.
used to fucking shoot each
Yeah,
other with
I started
springers and
backyard
clink in the
airsoft, like,
backyard, and
6th, 5th grade, started like backyard airsoft with all my friends.
Yeah.
it's quite literally a lot of people started out that way. As funny as that is, which is really weird, but isn't unheard of, I guess.
This stream has been going for almost
Like
3
2.5
hours.
hours.
No, it's 2 hours and 40 minutes. So
Yeah,
we're
I
20
see it on
minutes
the
past
bottom.
3 hours.
Because I got home from what I was doing, I don't know, and then I ate,
Yeah.
and then I joined this.
So it's really been 3 hours, given the technical difficulty
Mm-hmm.
that I had, because I rescaled the whole thing to 4K by accident, not realizing the repercussions of what that caused. Sadly, I got to play the same 2 videos on repeat. Blech. So gross. Maybe next time I'll bring up the ballahack on screen. I'll just screen share it.
Yeah.
But this seems to be better. Sadly, Omega isn't in here. Omega would probably chime into this ballahack stuff.
Yeah.
It's also really funny that ballahack didn't like swearing.
Oh,
Yeah,
that was
that-
funny.
that one was funny.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we probably
I-
almost
I-
got in trouble more than once. I assure
Oh
you.
no! On the second day, I kept swearing, and like all the moderators would
Or
look
just
at me
look at you. Just
Yeah.
give you that stink eye. Like, oh, it was so. We got lucky. They gave us
Yeah.
a political pardon.
Because they're like, yeah, these guys are from Maine, so you know, guy.
Yeah, we're from Maine, so like, especially like me, since I'm like a construction worker, like that's my entire vocabulary is
Yeah.
swearing constantly.
I had a
And,
teacher
like,
tell
it's
me one
just-
time that swearing would I would never be able to swear like I do in class outside of school, and I was like, first day on my job, I was like, no,
Fuck shit. God
Yeah.
damn it.
fuck shit, cocksuck mother. We're gonna get like taken down
is-
for swearing.
No, it's already posted that it's not for kids, so we're fine.
Oh, okay.
If you put the disclaimer that it's
No,
not
it
for
was-
kids, YouTube kind of just waves its hand. It's like, okay, because they're like, okay, you've stated that it's not for kids. We're not gonna like
No, like
hunt you down.
the one word I use is like the most used adjective is like fucking. And so I
Yeah.
just be like talking, the mods would be like, and I'm like, oh, this fucking BB, or just like anything like that.
So,
and the mods would just flip around and look
it's
at me.
funny,
And I'd be like,
in
alright.
in the ballahack, I think part 1 video or part 2, it might be the part 2. Battlegrounds in Connecticut. We haven't been to Connecticut to play any airsoft, I don't think.
Connecticut's
I want to.
That's
Is
a
it-
trip. That's a trip.
that's a
No,
Not
no, that's
really.
not. No, that's not where I want to be. No, I wanted to go to Warwick.
Yeah, that's
Warwick?
a mass. That's a mass.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it Mass? So that was like Rhode
Webster?
Island.
Webster. No, Rhode Island is the indoor field. Extreme, I think. Or advanced action.
I don't know.
It's one of those. No, Webster, Mass has a field, and I think the Warwick field is actually in Warwick. I don't remember the
really?
names. We just
The
go to
Warwick
UBG because
in
Connecticut. I think Connecticut is on the other side of Massachusetts, so like that is a trip for us. It's already a trip for us to go to UBG. That's like I think 2 hours driving.
Oh yeah, 2 hours.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
you CJ it'd be 4 hours.
Yep.
But if we go to UBG, you just come down here, crash at my place, and then we
Mhm.
drive down Saturday morning. That's honestly the best way. Like even like for like airsoft weekends, that's probably what you should do. It'd be much easier for you. Just
Yeah.
come down and crash down here Friday, and then come with us airsofting, and then go home afterwards.
Probably sounds about right.
Kind of like MJP was supposed to do, but never did. Swap the video over. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, but doesn't MJ do that at Aussies?
Yeah, but he was supposed to do it like every weekend, but he never did. He did it like maybe once or twice, and then just stopped doing it. It was going to be a lot easier for everyone involved, but it is what it is. I'm blessed that I live 20 minutes from the field, so I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, same. I live like 10.
It must be fucking nice.
It is really nice. We are spoiled, is the way I'll put it. Spoiled.
Yeah, it
Spoiled
makes
by how
life
close
easy
we are
when I
to
can
a
sneak
field.
in.
Spoiled that the field that we are close to is one of the best. I'll toot our own horn. Our home field is baller. Pride. Prideful in my field. Okay. As far as like, we're not gonna have many night games this year either,
I think like only maybe one.
and I don't think we're getting many Aussie or MJP games this year. We're not running red
Yeah,
versus blue.
they're both stepping back.
Well, Aussie's not, but we're not running red versus blue, which was interesting to me as to why we didn't run it. But because I was all for running it again.
I like that one. That one was good.
I love red versus blue. I still think Aussie, being a stubborn Aussie, is not going to rework it, but I really wish that he reworked the point system to make more sense.
Yeah, I mean, like you
for
have,
the
like,
players.
Because
That was even as a freelancer, that's fucking bullshit. There's no reason for us to do whatever we're doing because there was no point to it.
There should have been like a side objective where they got like money or some shit to pay us with, or something.
Yeah, it should have been. It should have been non-irrelevant to the general score of the game.
Yeah.
I 100% agree with that.
One.
No, you weren't there.
I don't know. I
me,
had so much stuff.
Me,
to do
CJ, Swift, and the Hayfords were there for
Swiggy.
that game. And Swiggy. Swiggy's always there.
It was. Say, I had so much stuff to do
Bring
last year that I
back
missed a lot of
Red
games,
Breach.
and I've got
Punisher.
a lot of.
How long have you been playing? Red Breach was like before my time. That's an old game. That is a very old game. And yes, it's been talked about. All right. But the
Ozzy
guy
brings
that
it up
originally,
every time we talk about
yeah,
games.
it's like the golden age for them. All right, listen.
They're like, oh, Red Breach. Oh, back in Red Breach day. Oh, Red Breach.
But like the guy who like orchestrated that game, doesn't want it to be run again. Like he wants the exclusive rights to it.
Exclusive rights to an airsoft game.
Yeah, and they're kind of working on it. There's been some whispers about trying to do something with that. If it's ever going to come to realization, no idea. But we're going to be putting on some other really cool
Watch out!
events
I'm
this year.
gonna trademark WMD.
Listen, we could trademark WMD every year.
No,
Our performance last time we did it was awesome.
I'm gonna trademark WMD, and I'm just not gonna let any fields played again without my
such a great time.
Permission.
We had such a great time, but poor Ozzy just that fell apart on that end. Not necessarily his fault either, but that and MJP wouldn't let us throw him a bone either. I don't know if MJP was just being strict to the rules or. Well, no. I was like, remember I
Oh,
was
Mondo
really
Effort and
fighting.
WMD.
I was really fighting to try to get Ozzy, just give him something. But MJP was like, no, we can't do it without proper reason. And I'm like, well, we're kind of the middle factor. We're kind of, we don't necessarily have to force balance, but if we could try to help, we should. And he was getting railed all day. So, like, but then again, I see where MJP was coming from because Ozzy wasn't making a very good effort to try to work with us either.
Yeah.
He was just weighing the whole time. So, like, I get MJP kind of being a stickler to the rules and not helping him because Ozzy was being
Aussie.
upset. He was being upset about the game,
Tyler
which
Bishop
I'm not going to
asked
blame him.
who
Who is
GSD was.
GSD?
Yeah.
GSD is a Warriors-based team. They have traveled down to our field, our home field, Harris Coles, a few times, and they did, I think, twice for Coles games last season.
Yeah, they
and
they just
Coles,
really bring the mentality of Warriors
Coles
here.
at that time, as Ruben put it, Coles is a lawless land, and it definitely was early on. Later games got a lot better, but those first few games got a lot of hype and brought a lot of toxic players out, and their team happened to be one of them. So I'll break it down to you exactly what happened. They're a Warriors team. They run hopped up guns. All of them run hopped up guns. They're hyper competitive, for sure. But when they came out to our field, you've played at Coles, you've played at Harris, you've played against us, you've played with us. We generally have a good time. Things can get heated sometimes in the heat of the moment, as with anyone and anything. But usually, most of the players are generally good people, and they respect the game, they respect the field, they respect the effort that was put in to put on the event, even if it's a bad one. You know what I mean? These players, when they got to the field for the Coles game, Omega always does the faction bans. You know this, I know this. They started the day by cutting their faction bands into smaller sizes to diminish the visibility of their faction. There's no better way to put it. They started the game by cutting up field property and repurposing it for their own use. That's the first thing I saw of them at that field. I'd played against them before, but never really got, involved, and never really cared, to be honest, until they showed up to my field. But that was my first on-field sight of what they did, and that right there was more than enough to tell me their character. I was very upset by the fact that they did that. No one said anything about it until later in the day when they started to become an issue with players on the field. There was multiple occasions when they were just mouthy, really mouthy, with not only the
Not even
field
just the
staff
players,
but
to the moderation.
other veteran players on the field too. They're really mouthy. They're really whiny, surprisingly enough. They're very much the caliber of player that, like, they would wipe you out and then, like, spit on you and brag to your face about it when you're just trying to have a good time. Like, that is the caliber of player that they showed up to be that day. And I had video footage of some sketchy ass shit that happened in a firefight with them, which was, from my point of view, it was only sketchy because it broke the respawn rules. Low key, like, it wasn't like super out there, but like I had to look back at the footage and I was like, wait a minute, this is not, they shouldn't have been able to do this. And from Pottery's point of view, it's a very different interaction, which is not, it's frowned upon and it's kind of against the rules, but it's a gray area, and like part of it was him being kind of stupid, but it was also them
it's
just
not my
kind of
fault
being slightly
if
scummy.
they
So
hide their patches and then get me to
yeah,
revive them.
Pottery says that they did not disclose their faction patches and their faction allegiance to him, therefore he rezzed them in a heated firefight, and they continued to mop
And
up
then,
everyone that was there.
stuffed an HPA barrel like point blank and shot me and called me an idiot.
Yeah.
And then And then I was like,
But
okay.
but me being a pretty forgiving person and a stickler to the rules, that did what I didn't see it happen. I was there. I just wasn't paying attention to them at that point in time. My GoPro got it though, but they shouldn't have been in that particular instance. They weren't eligible for a respawn anyways because of what they had done right before that. So they shouldn't have been able to be respawned where they were anyways, just because they broke the respawn rule itself to be able to be respawned there. So it was what it is. There's multiple occasions of them being mouthy, them not caring for other players and their experiences, which is fine. But when you bring it to the extent that they did, makes people like me and my guys who try to, go out and have a good time and try to make other people's experiences somewhat decent too. We play hard, and that can be very off-putting too. I get that. When you're hyper competitive and you got to shoot a few little Timmies and ruin their day. Yeah, but I mean, we're there to play. It's what we're gonna do. But to bring it to the extent and level that they did, just with the way they interacted with players and field staff and the general lack of respect thereof, was a huge issue for me personally. And some of the veteran players who were there got livid with them. One of the coolest guys that we know, who usually never loses his head, apparently got very heated with these guys, because of what they were doing and the way they were doing it. But that was our interaction with them. So it's not like we're talking out of our ass or anything. We don't see them all the time. But what we did see of them made us not want to associate with them and respect them, sadly. But people change, teams change, happens all the time. Sadly, that's kind of the environment we're in now, with the way the player base is going and with the way the guns are going, and there's gonna be a lot more of this kind of ruthless attitude I foresee coming up, and it's really gonna fall on the all-time respectable, honest players to really kind of try to keep them in line. Sadly, um, for those of you who try really hard to make the game enjoyable for other people and for yourselves, it's going to be our job to kind of let these guys know that, hey, this is not how this is run. This is not how this goes. This is generally not how this. You play like this, you're gonna face consequences, whether it be by field staff or just by loss of general respect as a player. And that's huge. I've tried really hard to be an honest and genuine guy on the field. There's always those interactions where it's like, okay, maybe, I got hit and I didn't feel it. Happens. Everyone gets those, but there's a case where, it happens once, twice, 3 times, and then there's times where it happens all the time. You know what I mean? It's the game. I try to be as honest as possible. And a lot of my guys do the same thing. And, if I see any of my guys, fucking up, for lack of a better way to put it, I'm gonna let them know. I don't stand for that. Which happens to be, in a situation we're going to be probably presented with this upcoming season. We got a guy who wants to come out and play with us, who has had a history of being kind of on the fence about that kind of stuff. And so I got to really crack down and be, a bad cop about it and make sure that people do their job and are respectful out there on the field, sadly. But
Is there a chance Harris could turn lawless? Like, I don't think so.
no, that'll never
Omar would have
happen.
to be 6 feet under for that to happen.
No,
Yeah,
Omega.
Our moderators would, yeah, no.
I mean, our moderators aren't the best, to be honest. They're not the best. When we went down to Ballahack, their moderators were pretty on point. They were pretty good. The moderators we got, not so great.
They're also
mainly
not
because
paid.
they're players. Because
Yeah,
they're
not.
Yeah, they're not paid. But like, they're players, right? So they're not moderating all the time, and that's not what they're looking to do. So they're not always looking like a moderator would be, like a field staff, a field marshal, whatever.
Yeah.
But yes, Omega is a very forgiving person, but he wouldn't let it get that far. The moderators would not let it get that far. But most importantly, I would say the players at our field would not let that fly. at all. If we saw some teams coming out and being, it's gonna take a bit. You're not gonna get that kind of response by just doing a few things here and there. Like, you got to be outright just bad, but you will feel the wrath of the people who actually care about the sport and care about the other players. Like, we will not let that slide at all. Like, we will call you out for it. We'll put you on blast. It will happen. Oh, GSD commented. I'm sorry, GSD, if you're reading this. If you're watching this stream, I'm sorry. It's our honest opinion. I'm not changing it. You can hate us if you want. We saw what we saw, and we experienced what we experienced. And that's bottom line. I'm sorry. As I said, people can change, teams can change, but from what we saw, not impressed. Sorry. Harris needs playing and non-playing mods. I 100% agree with that. I don't mind our mods being embedded mods. I don't mind it, but I will agree that, I will say UBG's refs aren't fucking, they're nothing. They're kind of They're there, but they're not. They don't do the job like the ballahack
the
guys
UBG
did.
game you went to, there was one ref the entire day.
There was one ref the whole day.
Because they were very
that was hard.
And he was visibly like, guys, I am the only guy here. Please don't be shit asses, because he's like, I don't have the strength to just deal with all of it right now.
Yeah, Ruben puts it right. They sit in a tower all day.
They sit in towers with a megaphone. That's what they do.
They're not the best. The ballahack guys were wicked good. Granted, there was a lot of them, and they were paid, probably, for sure.
Yeah, they do that is their job. That is actually their weekend job, is to be refs. So they kind of got to be great, or else, they're out of a job.
I would like to see one or two refs at our field just walking around, and not even maybe like being enforcers all the time, but just like talking to the players, getting a general feel of like what the hell's going on in any given game, and just being in touch with what's happening. I think that's huge. And I think in being that we have embedded mods mainly, and players, because they're there to play as well as be moderators, you're not going to see all of the stuff that you would see just by walking around and interacting with the general player base. And that goes for everyone who's playing. Like me, like the game you just talked about, we talked about earlier when you swap sides. I was not on that side of the field at all. I had no idea what was going on over there. Part of that was because we were on the other side of the field doing our own thing, but I was also, out of the game for a good chunk of time dealing with stuff that needed to be dealt with player base wise. So I was very out of touch with what was happening, and that's going to happen with every player because you're not everywhere all at the same time. And Tyler Bishop said, whatever you guys acted just like that at the Warrior Village New Player Day, shit talking other people's stuff. If you're talking about us at the New Player Day, shit talking other people's stuff, Pottery was there.
I think he's talking about GSD.
No, he didn't address GSD. He talked to us.
Oh.
If you're talking to us and you saw us do that at Warrior Village, I'm really sorry. I don't remember that, really. We were pretty low-key when we went to the Warrior Village New Player Day. We weren't really talking to a bunch of people. We were really just kind of fucking around with each other. I mean, if anything that we would have trash talked was the full auto HPA guns, because we're always going to trash talk that, because it is what it is. I mean, it is what it is. We're going to trash talk that all the time because it's not always necessary to do that. And I think it's very polarizing for players to experience that. But Pottery, if he's talking about us and when we went to the Warrior Village Player Day, and be completely honest, were we like rude or mean or?
I mean, I remember talking with everyone and just kind of laughing with everyone. The only thing I remember of that day that was anything was when we just had to go to a mod about a dude blind firing with an LMG, and that was it. Like,
yeah, that was one time we actually had to bring up like a real issue, and I even told the Mike, I think it is the owner of the field. I said, look, or whoever came, I think it was Weenus maybe. Weenus might have talked
I
to me
don't
about it there.
know who the owner of the
But
field
I was
is.
like, it's not a big deal. I was like, I don't really care too much. But I was like, I saw it happen, and I just want to let you know that's the only problem we had all day. Tyler Bishop says it sounds like a skill issue. If you're talking about full auto with an HPA, that's not a skill issue. No one likes getting lit up by 100 BBs in like 2 seconds. I'm just putting that out there. Full honesty right there. No one likes that, especially new players. They're not going to like that. I try to be, when I'm shooting at a player, I try to be as kind as I can, given the circumstances. It doesn't happen all the time. Shit happens. You're in the moment. Doesn't always happen. As I say at any point that I talk to, with anyone that I talk to, shit happens. Infractions happen. Shooting dead players happens. Being overshooting happens. The action itself sucks, but what's the most important part is how you handle the after effect. Going up and taking the time to apologize to people when you do it, on purpose or accidental, regardless, going up and apologizing and talking to the person that it happened in like a nice manner and trying not to be like condescending or rude or anything, that goes a long way in the player's mind to making you look like a valuable, responsible person. And there's multiple instances in my videos. One off the top of my head it wasn't Tarkov, it was another game. That's probably up on my channel. I come up around a corner of a building and I see the backside of a player and I put like 3 rounds into them from like maybe 30 feet away, and they were dead, but I didn't see the rag, and I had a live call out from my partner saying that there was a live player either on the structure or in the structure. So I came around with that information prepared and I took the shot because I couldn't see the rag. But as soon as I saw that they were dead, I apologized profusely because that is my fault. I pulled the trigger on a person that is dead. That's not their fault that they're dead, and it's not their fault that I pulled the trigger. It's my job to make sure that they know that I'm sorry, that it was my fault that I caused them unnecessary pain, because that's just what a normal human would be. Like if I accidentally punched you in the face, I'm gonna say I'm sorry. That's just how that goes as a normal human being. But if you're talking about the full auto skill issue thing, I don't think it's a skill issue. I think it's a player choice. We choose not to use full auto just as a team, as an individual player, just because it's not necessary a lot of the time. If you have an LMG, that's a whole different scenario. And there was some LMGs that day, and they were using full auto. Is there a difference between using an LMG irresponsibly and using one responsibly? Sure. But it's an LMG. It only shoots auto. You know what I mean? Like, that is what it is. Most of the time, if I have a conversation with guys using LMGs where I feel like they've gone, above and beyond what they needed to do, I'll voice that. And most of the time, they're wicked cool about it. They don't get super mouthy. They don't like freak out and say it's a skill issue. Like you saying a skill issue reminds me of the interaction I had at Clawhammer 5, where me and my multiple of our squad mates caught hundreds of BBs for no reason. No reason. Because it was a skill issue on the other team's part. They had 2 HPA LMGs that shot like fucking dog shit, and they couldn't hit their target. So they were hitting all of the dead players. And you know what we got in response to that? Was a fucking, do you want me to call the ref? Did you not read the op order? You're complaining. Do you want me to call someone? No. Just be more considerate about, who's on the receiving end of your barrel. That's what it comes down to. And, not everyone has to do that. It's not a rule. But being a good, decent human, I guess it's not a fucking expectation. But, you should try. But everyone entitled to their opinion. We love coming down and playing
Oh.
events with you guys. We always have a blast, or you don't get the same experience. Maybe we should run together. In response to that, GSD team, I don't want to run with you guys. I'm sorry. Seeing what I saw. If you guys come down again and it's completely different and you guys act different and we see different results, yeah, I'll change my tune 100%. Because actions speak louder than words. But what we saw that day, and you know, me and Pottery was moderating some of that game, and I was playing some of that game, and you know what we had seen just wasn't it. You know what I mean? Just wasn't it. As far as Tyler's concerned, with you being having a weird interaction with us at Warrior Village and disagreeing with some of our opinions, that's fine. I really wish that you had a better interaction with us at Warrior Village. I can't necessarily think about what you were talking about. If you have a particular instance, Tyler, please let us know and I'll apologize for it. But I don't remember being rude at all.
I was gonna
that
say
day.
we kind of just sat on the sidelines.
We weren't even really doing much, to be honest.
Like I basically just sat at the end of every engagement, just talking to everyone that was there.
Like I got in some gunfights and I shot some people, but I never had a conversation with someone afterwards about it. You know, and
I don't even think I burned through all my mags in my carrier.
I don't think we would shit on people's guns because we weren't running anything crazy. I was running my backup SEMA that's been the same for like 3 years. Pottery was running his HPA AK that he always runs. Oracle was running his M4 that he always runs. They're not crazy. We weren't. The craziest gun that day was Pottery's gun because it was an HPA gun, and they just run well. My gun
wasn't even
and
shooting that much.
Oracle's gun that day wasn't crazy. We weren't running some crazy hopped up shit. So for us to shit on what other people were running, I mean, maybe if they were like all kitted out HPA, we might have been like, look at these fucking nerds. But like that's
on new player day, huh?
Like that I can't think of what you're talking about, and it bothers me that I don't know what you're talking about, because that means I wasn't aware that we were doing it, and that means that's a problem, and that's a huge problem.
I'm not sure how a gun has anything to do with skill either. Like that, like it can enhance your performance, but I mean,
well, I think he was talking about like the full auto stuff, because I had mentioned that the first game was nothing but full auto from the enemy team that we were up against. And he was like, it sounds like a skill issue, and I'm like, well, not really. I mean, is full auto a useful tool? Yes. It's just from where we come from and the stance that we hold, full auto is just not necessary. Unless you're an LMG user. Then, yeah, fucking carry a heavy gun. You put the money into a platform, fucking use it. You know what I mean? But there's a difference between abusing it and using it properly. You know what I mean? We even have that conversation with our gunner sometimes, because he can be heavy on the trigger, and we're like, hey, man,
I feel like let up sometimes. Anything to do with skill, though. That's just your performance, like your weapon. Like your skill as a player can not matter with. I don't know.
But Tyler, we've played with you at Coles, and we mostly have a good time. I know there was that one time at one game where I happened to hit you in the side of the head while you were walking by. I think it was you with the LMG. I'm pretty sure.
I think I know exactly what
I'm
game
sorry
he's
for that.
But it was outnumbered 3-1. That was when, out of nowhere, me, you, and Oracle were sitting in the woods, and our two teams joined together for no reason. We didn't take part in any of that. Like,
yeah, that
we
would have
were
been the Warriors
and
the GSD.
We were shooting at the teams we were supposed to be teamed with, and we didn't even find out until after
Not the
game.
Warriors, the Stingers. The Stingers and the GSD teamed up near the end of the day. We had no idea about it. My gun, it's literally
we knew no clue about it.
It's in my video, Tyler, of that Warrior game. You see, at the end of the day, my gun that I'm running in this video right here was having issues feeding, and I was pretty much, at the end of the day, I was pretty much useless. And the other two were over there. We were actually fighting GSD. We were fighting Wizard, because I know it was him for a fact. We're talking about HPAs, GSD. We're talking like when we refer to like hopped up guns, we're talking like juiced up, like fucking high end shit. That's what we mean when we're running hopped up. If we were talking about you guys running hot, that's a completely different conversation. And we have no way to prove any allegations on the field ever unless we pull out a chrono, which we just don't do. So we don't ever make those allegations. Do we have some suspect hits every once in a while? Yeah, sure. And we might talk about it to each other and be like, oh, that's kind of fucking sussy. We did it at Ballahack, actually, funny enough. There was a
Yeah.
hit that CJ got point blank with an HPA rifle that looked like it came from fucking the moderator crew at Harris running their 4.0s at their top end AEGs. Like, that's how hard it hit. At least the mark that was left. And they run at a lower joule limit, so we definitely had some sus there. But like, no, when we talk about hopped up guns, we're talking like high end HPAs and stuff like that.
Ooh, we just hit. How many hours are we at now?
3 hours and 15 minutes.
Holy fuck, bro.
You can leave if you want. I'm chilling. We got some
No,
good hot takes going on.
Oh, I'm good. I'm just...
But no, Tyler, if you're worried about what we were like at the Warrior Village New Player Day, watch my video on it. I think it'll be rather enlightening to what we did. We didn't really do much, and most of my engagements were like wicked far out. There was only one time that I really felt bad that game, and it was I think a father and his 2 kids that just respawned behind us twice, and we had no choice but to kill them.
Oh yeah, I remember that part.
Yeah, I felt really bad for those 2 guys, but
I remember
we
were
were
debating on
fighting
letting 'em pass,
GSD.
and then they just came back at us, and I was like, dude, I was just gonna
Yeah.
let you walk away. I was like, I
And
wasn't
I'm not
gonna
sure.
engage you.
I'm not sure if you could hear it in the video or if I cut it. You hear me on the comms saying, "Hey, I don't want to kill these guys again, but if they spawn in behind us and start walking at us, we don't have a choice but to kill them because that's just the way the game rules are." And I was like, I can't have a team spawning in behind us, destroying our flank as a 3-man crew. It's just tactics, you know what I mean? I didn't want to do it by any means. I did not want to kill these fucking kids again because the first engagement I killed one of them and the other 2 called themselves out because they didn't want to fight us. And this was at a distance of like 150 feet. Dude, I felt fucking terrible. I was like, these guys just called themselves out, and then they go and walk behind us and respawn again just to get killed again. I didn't want to do it, but I didn't have much of a choice other than just getting up and leaving. But we were in a firefight at the same time. It's just the way it worked out. I try not to do that in any case. You know, if there's a chance where I could be a decent person and not, you know, ruin a guy's day or a young person's experience, I will try to do it every time. But if it's just the way the cookie crumbles and I have to take the shot and kill the guys, if it's kill or be killed, I'm here to play the game and be competitive, so I will. But I'd rather prefer I didn't a lot of the times. Weenus. We didn't have many issues with GSD. I think the issue you're referring to was the one issue that we had, which was the guy with the LMG blind firing. I think that's the only
Well, I
issue
don't even
we
know.
had
Was that
all day.
GSD?
I don't know if
that
it was GSD.
or if
We
that was-
didn't say it was
I don't-
GSD or not. We just knew that they were
I
the
don't think
defending
it was
team.
GSD that day. Because
I don't know
GSD
who it
actually
was.
was pretty quiet that day.
Yeah, no, they were chill. Like, we didn't have a negative
The
interaction
only
with them
issue
that
I
game.
have with GSD is just that one day at Cole's where it was.
Yeah, when
Just-
it was rough. It was rough for sure. But we went and played at their home turf. We didn't really have many interactions with them. So like,
And we also didn't choose our teams at the new player day at Warriors.
yeah, we got put with people because we didn't know the field. We were quite literally
I know
noobs.
we hung out with the Stingers, and I think for the majority of the games played, we were on the Stingers team.
Weenus said we complained about a guy and he was GSD. Weenus, clarify, is this the LMG guy that we said was blind firing, or is this a different instance? Because I know that was the one instance that we really had, and we didn't have an issue with it. We weren't upset about it. I just wanted the field staff to be aware that it had happened. I wasn't mad. I wasn't upset. I just thought that you guys should know and that you should mention it to him, not in like a penile way or anything, but just bring it up to him. Okay, Weena says yeah, because he was the guy that came up to us to talk about it, about our experience after that round, and I brought it up. So yes, I didn't know what team he was on. None of us did. We didn't know. I knew GSD was there because Wizard was there, and I know Wizard. Yeah, Weena says that's the only thing we complained about. Weena, so you were there at New Player Day. Tyler Bishop, who has come out to a few Coles games, who played with him before, he's a decent guy. He says that we were like shit talking people's guns and stuff like that. I don't know if he was talking. I assume he was talking to us, not GSD. So, did you see any of that? Did you hear anything about that? I was like, because if it. Oh no, Weenus, no. No, you're the only other person that was there. I just need to know, because if that happened, I need to address it properly. I don't think it happened. We're usually not the type of guys to trash talk guns unless we do it in like a joking manner to like some poor kid that bought a terrible gun, and we're like, dude, like you made a terrible choice. Don't buy from this company ever again. That's the only thing I could think of that we'd do. Unless we were trash talking the HPA guns, but we're always gonna trash talk HPA guns. Even though we have one and I've built them.
Me too.
I know what they're capable of. I'm sorry, and I know that they're a tool for evil in the wrong hands. I will not be shy about that. They are evil and can be evil. When they put out 60 RPS with a flip of a fucking switch, they are evil. There's no reason for that. There's no need for that. There's no reason that is ever needed. Other than to hurt people and make people mad. That's the only reason they're there. That particular option. You know what I mean? Like MTWs have it, and a lot of HPA engines are capable of it. I could have changed Clayton's AK to do the same thing. However, the programming board is cracked. I cannot do it anymore. But his is a reasonable RPS. I don't even think it's above 30. It's not even that fast.
I don't even full auto it, so I don't know.
Oh, because it's not that fast. It's like my AEGs. My AEGs might shoot faster than it, to be honest. It's just not what we do. It's not what we believe in. You know what I mean? Just different, cut from a different cloth. Like, we always complain about full auto games all the time because no one likes being full autoed. It's just a shitty experience. Full auto should only be used for suppressive fire. And that's really the only reason it exists. Even real military, that's the reason it exists. Are you going to be accurate with real steel shooting full auto? Probably not. Depending on the gun. Maybe. Like a small caliber, maybe. Depending on the shooter. But for the most time, it's really just an intimidation factor to keep people's heads down. It's really what full auto was designed for. Now in airsoft, when you have fucking BBs and you're like 10 feet away and you fucking full auto guy. Fucking painful. Hurts. For real. Ruben disappeared. I don't know if he's even here anymore. But Tyler, if you're still here, if you're listening, go watch the New Player Day on my channel. And then come back and see if your opinion changed. Unless you experience it firsthand. Then by all means you are entitled to that opinion. But watch the video, watch the gameplay. It wasn't that crazy. We didn't try very hard, to be honest. There's even a time in the beginning when we do the tournament gameplay where I'm sitting there watching, I think it was the team that was paired with GSD coming in from their spawn, walking in an echelon like 30 deep, and I'm like looking to the other guy that plays at Warrior Village, and I'm like, are we allowed to engage these guys? Like, they're just walking on the field. Are we allowed to engage them? Can we engage these guys? Should we engage these guys? And the guy's like, and then he just starts shooting. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna return fire. But I think Pottery wasn't there for that interaction. He was a little bit further down.
No, I was gonna say I think I was back on the further trail.
You guys were over by the field boundary. But that was that. But I mean, it is what it is. We don't particularly hate any team,
No.
but sorry to say, GSD.
Got a little beef right there, but you know.
Little,
No, like
little beef. But
they showed good restraint on good player day. Like they
yeah,
didn't
I mean, it
go
wasn't
all
that
out
bad.
and just barrel stuff kids.
I mean,
That's cool.
I mean,
It's good to like on new player day to show restraint and stuff.
it could have just been that one time. I mean, I used to have
It could've
problems
been
As
that
I'm
back
one
saying,
in.
it
time.
could have been that one game. It was a rainy day. Everyone was salty, and that's just my only experience I've had with them. If they
Yeah.
show up at another game and I'm there, and they're the squeakiest of clean, follow the rules by the book people, I'll be like, oh yeah, that was just a shitty day. We all have shitty days.
I mean, I used to have problems back in the day, but I mean, that was forever ago.
Yeah, we haven't played
That
with
was
them enough.
no, that was 3 years ago. I mean,
As I said, I keep an open mind. I will change my opinion if I.
I mean, I look forward to if they go out to more Coles games or more Harris games this year, and if they just they're nothing like what they were on that first experience I had with them. I'll be like, oh, it's perfect. The more teams, the more people playing, the better.
Better, yeah. GSC is trying to recruit Tyler in the chat.
I know.
Tyler said no.
That's the whole chat right now.
No, don't let what we say, Tyler,
Yeah,
dictate
don't
if you want to
don't let what we say
Because you have to
dictate.
remember, as I said, that is one day I have
Yeah.
ever like, and the other day, the
Limited-
second time I played with them, that was the first day I
Limited
played with them. That was what it was
interactions.
like. But the second
Limited
day,
interactions.
Well,
we also didn't really interact with them that day, though.
I was gonna say the second day I didn't hear any complaints about them. I didn't see anything bad, other than according to that one person, that the person that we saw blind firing was GST. We can't confirm if it was him.
And also, it's just blind firing. That's like a very minor infraction.
Yeah.
Compared to the other stuff that we witnessed, so I had no problem with
And
that.
as I said,
on the field
everyone
that day.
has
That did
shitty
not
days.
cause
It was a
me
rainy day.
any upset at all because I
As I
shot
said,
him.
everyone
while
has
he
shitty
was
days.
blind
It was a
firing,
shitty.
so-
It was a shitty day for airsoft. It was an overnight game. It was cold as fuck. It was
It was the
raining
beginning of the
out.
year.
It just
Bad game.
was not a good game, and people get salty.
Yeah. I will not hold that against anyone. It was just our first or major interaction, and that was all we had. So, but I know Tyler Bishop's come out to Cole's games. He runs his little LMG. I've seen him. I'm pretty sure I crossfired him while he's dead man walking in the side of the head. Man, I felt kind of bad. Also walked right into it, though. I'm sorry.
Throwing shots over here.
It's true. I remember it word for word. He was very upset about it afterwards. I felt kind of pretty bad about it. But it wasn't also like he just stepped out and I had just shot. Like, it was a sustained semi-automatic fire. And he just happened to... And it was at such a distance. It was like 200 feet that I was engaging. So, like, even if I did stop shooting, the travel time of the BBs, it still would have hit him. I remember it. I was engaging a younger fella who was laying down on the berm side of drum, and I was up top where we always are, CJ, engaging down, and he was walking on the trail after killing me, and then someone else hit him. He was walking down through. Because I remember he had me pinned down with his LMG for a hot minute and hit me. But I think the kid next to me ended up reviving me. So, but I do remember that one instance, and I do feel bad about it. But I also remember you wiping a bunch of people at Hood too. So there's that one instance where I hit you in the side of the head, and I feel bad about it. There's also that instance where you murdered everyone at Hood. So like there's good and bad. I remember them both. I remember hitting you in the side of the head, and I remember you killing a bunch of people at Hood, which is a good thing for you. Still don't know where I got hit from when I died. That is a mystery to me to this day on that Hood push. No fucking idea where I got hit from.
That's
Must
like
have
when
been
I was
way
when we were at
out,
ballahack.
bro. Must have been way out there. I just get a little peck on like my dump pouch, and I get hit, and I'm looking around, and I'm like, where the fuck did that come from, bro? I did not see nobody with an angle on me that could have fucking hit me with that. No idea where that came from. It was absolutely wild. One of the most wild moments. It could have been like a sniper hiding in a bush somewhere, but like it was like 1 or 2 shots. It was crazy. But I'm pretty sure that game is also where he got his profile photo on Facebook of him with his LMG, because I think he got it from one of Omega's videos, maybe? A highlight video that he released? Might have had that a little bit in it for Coles, maybe? I don't remember where he got it from, but I remember being there for it. They've stopped talking to each other. We're not facilitating a clan war anymore. Punisher's gone. Ruben's been quiet for a while. TK is quiet or left. But I guess we could wrap it up. We've had our fun.
Yeah.
CJ, do you have any games that you could play cross-platform with us?
Yeah.
What games, Clayton, do we have that are cross-platform?
I don't know.
I don't know. We can figure out.
Tyler Bishop responded and countered me with the LMG. I believe it is you or your buddy's LMG that you ran at Coles quite a bit. The G&G CM16 LMG. It wasn't a bad experience. I'm not talking about a bad experience at all. I'm just saying that like you killed a bunch of people with it and is awesome, and like you had me pinned down and I think eventually hit me multiple times with it.
GSD's trying out here.
Yeah, he said that they like the spice, which concerns me.
Yeah, that's a little fruity.
A little sussy vodkas.
Yeah, no, you just said that, bro.
Sus.
All right.
Sussy vodkas.
All right.
I'll bring up the soundboard and I'll play the sus sound.
Oh, they have cookies?
They do got cookies.
Oh. Sorry, Dusty.
CJ, your grandma has cookies. I have
you're
them.
right.
They're at my house. No,
Might just have to join them.
There was
maybe they'll call me
one at
my call time.
it was Ozzy's game, Chosin Reservoir, the one with the tank, where you guys I think started at Hood or had to defend Hood, and you were in the doorway to Hood on the backside, engaging the guys up the hill towards the upper parking lot, in the field boundary near the white shed. Gross.
All right. Oh, they're okay. All right.
But there was that one, and then the other time where I was talking about where right after I shot you in the side of the head, that was over to the left side of Drum. You were on the main trail to the left side of Drum. If I'm like spawning at Hood and going towards like the bridge, you were left side Drum. So you were near the field boundary side of Drum with an LMG, and I don't think I might have hit you. Someone else hit you. You engaged us. I think I died, and then you got hit, and you were walking back, and I happened to engage someone else from a distance, and you happened to walk through and get hit in the side of that. And I'm not sure if I apologize. I think I did in the moment. I might not have, though, because I was probably very zoned in. But I do remember it distinctly. And I remember feeling pretty bad about it.
Dude,
At the same time, though, you did walk into it, so I didn't feel totally terrible because it wasn't 100% my fault, but I did feel bad when you just walked through and like caught 1 or 2 to the side of the helmet or the head. I was like, oh, that's fucking shitty as fuck.
They have cookies and milk.
I eat cookies without milk most of the time. Sometimes I will eat them with milk,
That is
but-
such a lie. That is the man loves chalky
the
milk.
man who goes
No, I love
out to
chocolate
every
milk.
restaurant.
I love chocolate milk.
Cody,
But like,
I have been eating at restaurants with you for like 3 years now, and without fail, you literally order like, yes, I want a
tea
butter
or
seared
chocolate
steak
milk?
with a. No, it's always been chocolate milk. I have
No,
never seen tea.
I ordered tea at Cracker Barrel. Don't even.
Oh
And if
yeah,
I go to
yeah.
KFC, I get sweet tea. Or Wendy's, I get sweet tea. But if I go to a Taco Bell, I get Baja Blast because
You know, you
be
gotta
hitting
get Baja
different.
Blast.
Baja
Maybe
be hitting
stop.
different.
Hey, Cody, maybe stop eating out at fast food places. You know.
Whoa! Listen, let's not bring my fucking weight into this conversation again. I know I'm heavy. I know it's a problem. I'm gonna work to fix it. I wanna be fit-ish. I don't care if I'm
Good.
heavy, but I want to
Good
look
boy.
decent. I don't want to look like a fucking potato.
Dude, Jesse just hired somebody in her fucking chat.
That's fine. I don't care.
I don't know. Maybe I'll join them. I bet they'll use my call sign.
Okay. Okay, listen, it was like that day of you're always CJ to me. I'm sorry.
Fix it.
Viper. Oh.
You came up with it, so.
You're
I'm
just gonna
sorry,
get a
in the heat of the
patch, so
moment-
people start saying it.
Yeah, you need a patch. So until you get a patch, I'm not obligated to say it, okay?
Does a don't step on Snick count as a patch?
No, you need to get a Viper patch.
No.
With Viper on it. Like I
That's
have
some-
mine. I don't fucking know where mine are because they're
That's-
not on
that's-
my green uniform. They must be
It's
somewhere else.
cringy to wear your fucking call sign. Like,
No, it's
What
not.
do you
That's
mean?
how people ID you, genius.
no.
I run Dusty on all my shit.
I have pottery on my helmet, and then on usually like
I
my
don't
bag.
actually know where my call sign patches are. Now that I think about it.
I think mine, because I didn't wear
Oh,
them at
wow.
ballahack. I think mine are on my desk because I had to take them off because I had to use my bag for something else. And I was
How
like,
do
I'm
you
gonna
feel
take.
about the fucking chat right
I was like,
now.
I'm gonna take all my airsoft patches off, just all like these big flashy patches.
I was not serious, by the way, Jesse. Like, that was joking.
Who texted me? Oh.
Well, how did we went from almost ending it into a fucking rant.
Yeah, we can end it, but what do we got for video games, CJ? What do you got?
We could figure it out after the stream. Jesus Christ. Is that
Look who's in the chat.
is that Gavin?
Is it Hayford? Is it Hayford? It's a freaking Hayford?
The Hayfords live.
The forbidden sauce that never appears in anything or ever talks to us. You gotta give us some? What are you talking about, Gavin? What are you talking about?
He
Giving
wants
you what?
cookies.
Giving you what? No, we don't have cookies.
What?
We don't have cookies.
You said we had
And
cookies.
you see, GST's looking more appealing, Cody, because they got cookies.
They got cookies.
Even if
whatever.
they're out, there's the possibility they'll make more.
Whatever. I could make cookies. I make very good cookies.
Well, so far you have a track record of 0
Mm.
cookies for the team, and I'm looking at GSD and they have at least 1 cookie.
You have a very bad tracker. You got oil and water with spaghetti.
Okay,
GSD
come
is
on.
beating you 1 to
Come
0
on.
cookies here.
Stop with
Yes.
the fucking oil in the water. It's not that big a deal, man.
Who the
It's
fuck
not that
puts
big a deal.
oil in the water?
It's not that big a deal, bro. It ain't that deep. The food still came out good, didn't it? We ate it. It was great. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. The food was good.
Oh, the
Doesn't matter
Hayfords
the
want
prep.
call signs.
The
That's,
Hayfords
that's,
want
they didn't,
call
they didn't care
Oh,
about
okay.
cookies. They want call signs other than Hayfords.
No.
That's a hard one. That's a hard
No.
one. The Hayfords are just it's so good.
No.
It's too good. You can't beat the Hayfords, bro. It's an all-inclusive naming system.
I mean, we could give them all call signs.
We could.
for when only one of the Hayfords shows up and the other two are
Yeah, so
God knows where.
Gavin's the most
Yeah.
reliable out of all of them. The other two don't even talk to us. They're not even involved in the chats. They just show up. And like when
And
they
my
do show up, they
LMGs
sign
don't
up for the
work.
wrong team half the time.
Yeah. And then they're
I
like, wait,
remember
why are
when
you
that
guys
was
in
a
this
thing.
team? And
Gavin,
like, you guys.
you guys gotta be dedicated and come out all the time as much as you can. We love you guys. We love playing with you guys, and you make the games better for the squad. We need you out. You guys are good shooters. You're on point. It's a struggle bus when we get 3 guys or 4 guys.
You guys see
You guys
going on
need to come
his
out.
operator talk again.
It is what it is, bro. Shooters are shooters, bro.
Bros.
He's gonna get a car. There we go.
Gavin says he's
You
getting a
know-
car so he can get out more.
Biddeford isn't that far away from the field. I could also just pick you up. I don't drive that crazy. Come on now.
Well,
I ain't that bad.
No, he actually doesn't. Like, he's actually like kind of a
I'm
grandma
like one of the
driving.
safest drivers you could have.
We when we were on the highway, we had to yell at him constantly to
Yeah.
know
No, he
drive.
drives like a goddamn grandma. Unless he's
Yeah,
in the
it's-
state of Maine.
I'm a safe driver, bro. Is this how
not
it
the
is?
state of Maine. Fucking going
I'm
90
early.
on the
I'm
highway.
early.
Or
Okay.
when we're getting off the bridge in like
That's
Connecticut,
the
you're like, oh,
highway.
it's 35. Let me do 90.
Wasn't doing 90. I was doing like
You were
50.
doing.
You were going
No,
Mach-
you were.
I was doing like
no, you
50
were
to
literally
35, and
doing
I was
90
slowing
on
down.
the highway when it said 35, and we went, Cody, there's cops ahead. And you went, oh, let me slow down. And you slowed it down to 50, and Odin goes, not enough. Keep slowing.
Hey, bro, I had to shake and bake to catch up to Oracle, bro. He was flying through that shit
Because
No.
Oracle drives like a decent person.
because he has easy pass. Is really what it is.
No.
That's a lot to ask for a ride every. Gavin, do you know me? I am the squad leader for a reason. I just dumped like $300 so Pottery could come to Virginia for us.
When I told him I
Giving
didn't
you-
need to.
Listen, regardless, Pottery, shut the fuck up. Giving you a ride every Saturday isn't that bad. The only deal breaker is that you gotta come to Ghani's with us afterwards.
You want to come
Because
get
I'm
me
going
every
to
Saturday?
Ghani's afterwards.
Yeah. Go get CJ every
Yeah,
Saturday.
you want to come get me? Yeah, you want to come get me every
Okay,
Saturday?
okay, that's a big ask.
that
That is 4 hours in one day. And
Hey,
Friday I
hey.
work late, so like,
You're the squad leader though.
listen, I'll go pick Odin up in Wyndham. That's like an hour, but like 4 hours up to you and like tolls, and I'll
I
drive you to
think
the
the easy
field.
solution here is leave Sanford.
Whoa! I'm not leaving Sanford. That ain't happening. But like, I'll drive CJ to the
That
field
should
and
be your
back.
top priority.
I'll drive CJ around town. No problem. I'll drive anyone around town. I don't care. But like, Gavin, this is the way I look at it, right? If the ride is what's keeping you from getting to the field and playing, I don't care if I got to do it. I want you there playing. That's all I care about. I care about you being there with us, playing the game as part of the team. That's what I care about. I don't care what I got to do to get there. I'll do it. But that's the end goal I want. I'll do what I need to do to achieve that. Come get you. Grumpy, I can't. Where even is Casco, bro?
You don't know where Casco
I don't know
is?
where Casco is.
Casco Bay.
But you also got Odin. Odin rides with you. He brings you around. You know, sadly, he doesn't get out and play as much as we do because he's an old man and he's got work and he's got life and shit. But
Life and shit.
I don't even know how far away is Casco from the field, Grumpy, from Sanford. Like forever,
Probably
like an hour,
maybe
2 hours.
An hour. I think it's an hour. Maybe an hour and a half.
Okay, that's a big ask. When you're talking like 2 hour round trips or more, I don't know about that. But I'm talking to fucking Gavin, who lives in Biddeford, who's like maybe 10 minutes from the field.
Grumpy don't drive.
Yeah,
I think
Grumpy.
you've picked me up a couple
I know you
times, and
don't
I live
drive.
like 10 minutes from the field.
Yeah, you live like 10 minutes from the field. Gavin's literally in Biddeford I go out into the center of Dayton, in the center of Dayton, take a right, and it brings me right to Biddeford. It's not that far out of the way. Grumpy, that's what you have Odin for. Odin is your DD, your designated driver. And hopefully, we'll get you and Odin out some more, and maybe we'll get Trigger to come out some more. I love playing with the Infidels. They're great to play with. But, Gavin, you don't have to be a stranger all the time. You literally can join in the chats. You can talk to us. We would have brought you. Well, okay, maybe we wouldn't have brought you on the trip to Virginia because we didn't have enough space. But
I mean,
next year, you're gonna like actually interact with your teammates somewhat. At least you, because you're the gateway into the other two fucking numbskulls. You're the most consistent of the three amigos. So, like, Gwen?
the one I can usually get to, like, whenever I have to command you guys, be like, hey,
Yeah.
I know you'll do this task and not die doing
the
it.
one Hayford that is good at listening and decent doing what we need done. The other two are like, wait, we don't want to listen. Wait. Especially when Jacob's there.
I don't want
Jacob's like, wait. We love Jacob though. He's really funny. See, Grumpy,
Alright.
yeah, that's what CJ needs to do at my place. Come crash, so he doesn't have to drive so much all the time.
On God.
Time to end this stream. Agreed.
Oh, it's on.
Gavin, you came in at the tail end. You missed all the fun. You're gonna have to watch it back in post. But if you have Discord, Gavin, you could actually hop in the call next time and be a part of the team chat.
I mean, that's valid.
Gavin
That's
throwing
valid.
shade. That's
Dude.
valid. That's valid. A lot of the time, I don't want to listen to them, but I do it.
We don't. We don't. You never heard that. Fuck you mean?
I
we
try
do.
my best to do it, but sometimes, man, it's like whacking my head on a wall. It really is.
Why don't you guys just run up the middle? What fuck you mean?
Why don't you guys just run into the open and shoot your guns? What? No.
What?
I had work. Oh, okay. And, we would probably know that if you talked to us.
Just be a real man. Quit your job and live in your mother's basement.
No, Gavin needs to work because I have too many children to take care of already. Unless you're like CJ and you ditch it to go on a trip. That's different.
Hey,
That's
hey.
dedication.
CJ's a real G. He ditched
That
a
is
woman and his
dedication.
job to go to Virginia. he's a real G.
Yeah. Oh, Ruben's still here. Trigger is the old guy. He usually wears tiger stripe. He's a cool dude.
I shot him in the nuts in accident. I felt
We
really bad.
haven't had any big issues with him. So if you've had issues with him, I'm sorry to hear that. But we are generally always in good spirits with him. So everyone has different experiences. But yes, Gavin, talk to us more, please.
Okay.
Interact with us. Join in the chat. Join the Discord.
How do these streams get longer and longer every time?
Because this time we actually had more stuff to talk about.
Episode 1 was like not even an hour and a half or something, and this one was almost 4.
That's because it was the first one. Like now we had a bunch of people. We had some people stirring the pot. Stirring the pot. That was fun.
Stirring the pot.
Stirring the pot. And before that we had people asking questions, and we had the whole ballahack trip to talk about.
Yeah.
But
All right.
we're pretty much done now.
Yeah.
I was gonna finish, and then Gavin hopped in the chat, and I
Yeah.
gotta talk to Gavin because we never talked to Gavin. I literally had
video-
not texted him or heard from him in months, and then I texted him like last week, and I was like, "Yo, what's good? Like, are you ready for this season? Like, I have no idea because I don't talk to you." Like, he was like, "Yeah, we're good. Guns are alright. Gear's alright. We're chilling." Okay, cool. Threatened a minor. I didn't hear about that, so
Hey, I did not hear about that.
yeah, wasn't aware that happened. If it's the same guy, that's unfortunate because he is usually a very nice guy. I mean, I could see that he gets a little heated sometimes, for sure. He gets a little zesty, especially when he gets shot a bunch.
Or
But
when you shoot him in the nuts on accident.
Yeah.
overall, we haven't had
I
an
feel
issue
really
with him,
bad
so
about it
that's
still.
upsetting to hear. But I'm sure everyone has their. No, does not run an MTW. Trigger does not run an MTW. He runs some basic ass gun.
Or
He
a
has a
bolt
sniper
action when he's
rifle.
feeling funny.
Yeah, he has a novice bolt action in like a regular ass like Matrix M4. Does not run an MTW at all. I don't know if you're talking about like one of the tacticians. I know that happened like a few years ago at like the Taliban event. I don't think that's what you're talking about. But no, Trigger's got a heart of gold. He's a good dude. He can get irritated and heated just like anyone else, but never seen him outright have any infractions on the field in a bad way. So, different person. Glad it's a different person. All right, we're getting off. I'm probably gonna go on Xbox with Clayton and fuck around for a bit. Get out of these clothes, get into something more comfortable. Oh, Zach has a sniper, does he? Oh, jeez. What? Give Jacob the sniper. Jacob seems like he'd be a great sniper. Zach's actually a good shot. And he's aggressive when he needs to be. Don't give him a sniper rifle. Give, like, Pottery a sniper rifle.
What do you mean?
Grumpy would be great with a sniper rifle.
What do you mean, give me a sniper? What did I do?
What did Pottery do? Leave Pottery out of this.
And Pottery's always in the back. So, like, sniping for him would
Yeah,
work.
but I'm always pushing up. Okay, so you want the guy who's covering your ass and pushing up with you to have a bolty?
No, but I'm saying, like, it would work. It fits your playstyle. Because you hide.
I'm not gonna
You
Aussie or
lay
fucking-
low and you hide and you wait for the right moment. That is a perfect.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna pull an
philosophy.
Aussie or a fucking Hagrid and carry like 40 guns on me at once.
Yeah, Grumpy, you would probably be a good sniper. Like, especially if you were like with Odin, like you were his marksman
It's the Battlefield 3.
LMG,
You put the
might
bolt
be
action
a
next to the LMG.
pretty good dynamic. Maybe, probably. I mean, yeah, they're limited usability. Coles are probably pretty good. Harris, limited usability. Rifles work pretty well. Ruben. Ruben, we don't get into that. All right, we have our jokes.
Yeah.
We hag on them, but we love them. We will joke all day, but we don't mean any outright rudeness.
I
We have our
mean,
differences.
I call him Resident Fud.
Yeah,
Like
them
how
and
he
their
banned
command center.
Glocks from his DayZ server. Just
They're
because they're
restarting
Glocks.
that. They're restarting that, and I'm very upset about it.
I like
because
my Glock.
Ozzy's very much doing the same thing of having a base with everything in it, which defeats the purpose of the game in and of itself. Being a survival game, there's no point playing a survival game if you start the game with everything.
I don't know. I just like my Glocks. I like having a gun
It's like
that
playing in
has a
creative
standard
mode on
magazine
Minecraft.
capacity.
Like, people who play creative mode in Minecraft, like, upset me. Unless they're doing really cool, like, world builds, or just building some cool stuff. But, like, they're just messing around, just, like, trying to play the game, but in creative mode. I don't see the point. That's what I feel like about Ozzy's DayZ server. Which makes no sense. We tried playing it twice. Hated it both times.
I also just think I hate DayZ. So.
Yeah,
Hey, whoa.
yeah,
Hey,
DayZ's
shots
pretty
fired,
ass.
shots fired,
Okay,
bro.
DayZ's
the only time
pretty
I've had fun,
ass.
the only time I've had fun with DayZ is when it's a modded server, so it has like double the drops.
Yeah, no.
I
the
will say, somehow
PC servers are on
DayZ's
top.
Daisy's UI is worlds above Arma 3's on Xbox. Arma's 3
Arma 3 is on
UI
Xbox, shit ass. That's Arma Reforger.
It's the next evolution of Arma 3, bro. It's the same shit.
So is Arma 2 just the earlier evolution of Arma 3 or Arma 1?
Yeah,
They're all just
yeah,
Arma
it is.
3s.
But Arma Reforger for all lax is Arma 3. All right, listen, it is what it is, bro. It is Arma 3. But the UI
So we
of
have
that
Arma
game
3-1.
is so bad.
Arma
It is the
3-2.
worst UI I have ever seen in any video game ever.
Well,
bro.
it's because it's a very PC-centric game ported directly to Xbox.
Yeah, and no thud head thought about a good UI setup in a fucking combat game.
That's really the best way they could do it. And once you understand it,
Zen,
it's not that
Zen
bad.
understands. Daisy's better than Arma 3, but Arma 3 on Xbox is clunky as fuck.
Yeah, if you play it on PC, it's unreal.
It is so bad. Like Hell Let Loose irritates me sometimes because it's gotten more fast paced now, but
It's
the
not
control
meant for
scheme
Xbox.
hasn't
It's not-
updated.
It's not
very
meant
much.
for Xbox.
So, like,
It's-
Me like trying to swap to a secondary gun or swap out of like an item, and I go to hit like Y, and it's like, no, Y doesn't work. You have to use the bumper to swap through all your items like 8 times to get to your weapon. And I'm like, please just let me fucking hit Y to swap weapons like any other fucking combat game. And then Arma 3's like, I'm over here bleeding to death in Arma 3, and I gotta fucking open an encyclopedia to figure out how to fucking operate this shit. And I'm like, this is fucking terrible, bro. Like, looting in Arma 3 takes me like 8 years because the
You're also
UI
just
is so
slow at
bad.
it, because it doesn't-
No,
it doesn't
because I
take
click on the mag and I click on the fucking thing that it's supposed to go to, and it doesn't work. It's like, yeah, it does not
Cope?
compute. And I'm like, it's going in like pouches, and like I'm trying to swap it from pouch to pouch, and it's like, oh, you just want to drop it on the ground? And I'm like, no, I just want to move my magazine from my fucking trousers to my rig. That's all I want to do, and it's just impossible.
It's not hard to do. It's annoying.
It is
It's not
painful.
difficult.
It is
it's not that deep.
impossible. And it would fix it if they just had an open cursor, like a mouse cursor, but
Yeah,
on like
but
the
to use a
Xbox, like some
cursor with a
games do.
joystick, it's not enjoyable.
It's better than fucking whatever the fuck it is now, bro. It's ass.
Well,
I will not
Cody,
play
the glory
Arma
that
because
is,
of that.
I know for a fact you have a keyboard and a mouse. Just plug
I
them
do.
into your fucking
I do.
Yeah, oh god. Yeah. Or just play off
That
your
is
PC.
facts.
Or just play off your PC.
Can Ready or
That
Not
too.
come out on Xbox so we can play Ready or Not? Because I want to play Ready or Not.
Ready or Not is on PC
I'm-
and it's based. And it
but
won't
I'm
come out
pl-
It is
on
based.
I'm
bro.
planning
It
on
is
getting an
so
X,
good.
or I'm planning on getting a PC soon, Cody. So
Well, then we can play. Like, for real.
yeah,
Like, I want to play
Yeah.
SCP-5K. Wicked bad.
No.
when like after my first couple paychecks, I'm gonna do that.
Whoa,
SCP
whoa,
back.
whoa. Paychecks? Working? When is
Yeah,
this
working.
happening?
What?
Pottery's
Money
getting a
in-
job? You're being
income?
employed?
What the
You're
fuck?
paying the government money?
Fuck no, I don't pay taxes. Who do you think I am?
So, are you going back to work with your dad?
No.
Oh, where are you working? Give me the details.
Right
Let me
now,
know. What are you doing?
I've been
Yeah.
going through the process
Right on
of
stream for everyone to hear.
going over at Preble Street,
What the fuck is Preble Street?
like a nonprofit.
Okay, how does a non-profit pay you money? Please.
The,
How
the
does that
company
work?
doesn't make a profit. All the money they make goes to paying the people that work at it and back into the community.
Money laundering. Okay.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, based.
I mean, if you want to work,
Hey,
and if they're willing to pay, I don't care. I don't care how you get your money, as long as you get the money. And as long as you're not like killing people or selling drugs. I
Hey.
don't care.
Yeah.
I'm actually doing both.
Oh, dang it.
People talking about Hell Let Loose and Ready or Not in the chat. I want to play Ready or Not.
Hey,
with
Hell
Dad. I
Loose
don't have
is
the money to
pretty
buy it.
fun. I was actually playing it
We
while on the
do.
stream.
You know,
I know, I
CJ, you
heard
could
it.
play.
I
Hell Let
just played through an entire match
not
of St.
that
Mary
far.
Dumont while on the stream.
I'm pretty sure it's not crossplay.
It is.
It
If
is
you do
not
the
No,
Xbox
it's only crossplay between
stream-
consoles.
Nope. If you stream it off of
Okay,
the
yeah.
Game Pass for Xbox, you could play it. PC to Xbox.
That sounds like a
That's
whole
how
lot of
Hagrid
work.
does it.
For...
I mean, it's not a lot of work. I mean, if you have an Xbox, it's pretty simple. But if you don't
I
have an
don't have
Xbox,
an Xbox.
you
Yeah.
have to pay for Game Pass. And sorry, but that's not worth it for someone who
Or
doesn't have a
just
console.
buy the
No,
game
I
off
should.
Steam.
I should be
Well,
getting a
no,
PC
if you
within
get
a
it
couple
on
few
Steam, you can't
months.
play with us. It's not
Well,
cross-platform.
I got it on Steam.
I
so.
just have other
Sadness.
bills I need to pay for, like the storage space over at Grime Studios, you know, car, all that.
Storage space for what?
All the clothes and stuff that I go through.
My nuts in your mouth. What?
That too.
No, all my
Um,
money.
No, I have a storage type of space type of deal that I'm gonna have to
didn't know
pay
about
rent
this.
on.
I didn't
Are you
know about
still
this.
wearing that goddamn sweatshirt, Dusty?
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. I gotta
He
represent.
hasn't taken it off since the ballahack trip.
Oh God.
No, it's a sweatshirt.
He showered
bro.
in
I
it.
was out today. I didn't shower today, bro. I was out. Me and my dad went
He
out to
showered in it.
Junior's today, and it's
What
cold
the fuck is-
outside.
Juniors.
My coworker, and he was also one of the original members of the team.
Yeah,
before
he
it
was pretty
stopped coming
cool.
out. He's a cool dude.
Oh, I didn't know that.
We went over to his house, and it was cold outside. So I wear this. This is my fucking Harris Cole's Warfighter sweatshirt. So damn sure I'm gonna fucking wear it. It thing costs like $70. I'm gonna wear it. It's a sweatshirt. It's my
Man,
cool one.
they're really just mentioning the games they play because they just mentioned Siege,
Yeah.
and I just
We don't talk about Siege, bro. I will not play Siege.
I
will play.
I used
I'll
to-
play
I used-
Extraction. Extraction's pretty
Gross.
fun.
gross.
It's like a shittier version of GTFO in a way.
I have like an abusive relationship with
is.
Siege because I've literally been playing it since launch. I played on
Mhm.
like a minor like basically just placing bets ESL team
Alright,
for a little bit,
alright.
and then I was like, this game hurts the soul. I need to stop
Yeah,
playing it.
we're gonna stop streaming.
We just
It
hit 4
keeps
hours,
going
so
on.
let's call it. Holy
It's
shit!
going on. It's going
Actually,
on for too long.
Actually,
But then you know what's funny? Every time we go to end it, you get like 8 new people that pop up in the chat out of nowhere. What
And
time
like,
is
yo,
it?
what's
9
up?
o'clock? 10:33. Where are all these people coming from on a Sunday night? Like 8 o'clock? Sure.
mean? It's
But
Sunday. This is the
10:33, they're
last
coming
night.
out of the woodwork.
Holy
Last night,
Hop
really?
in the stream. Where were you guys like 3 hours ago? Look at Zen and
Late night
Bango
church?
Tango.
We've been yapping for 4 hours.
Bango Tango and Zen came out of the woodwork. Now they're talking about video games. They weren't here for the juicy pot stirring.
Yeah,
All right, they missed the good parts, and they missed
have to go back.
the information about the ballahack trip. All right,
You have to go back and watch it or something, I
yeah,
guess.
you're gonna have to go back and watch the 4-hour stream that we just put on, and
Shucks.
watch us as yak for 4 hours.
Yapping for 4 hours. Oh,
Oh,
Zen,
Zen
was
was
always.
always here. He was just being quiet.
I-
You're the worst type of people, Zen.
And Grumpy's been
Be
here for
quiet.
3 hours.
Yeah, Grumpy's been
Yeah,
here
Grumpy
since
was just being
technical
quiet.
difficulties. He was back here when it was all laggy and broken, and I had to fix it. Now I know. Don't go 4K. 4K bad. Oh, you got to see the GSD beef. That was fun. I generally enjoyed that.
Yeah.
It's fun to get a little spice here and there,
Mhm.
as long as it's not like malicious.
All right.
Yeah,
All right.
time to get off.
Mhm.
Clayton, what are you playing? Are you playing Hella Loose?
No, I'm playing Skater XL right now.
What are we gonna play, Clayton? Played up? So we can yell at each other? Are the boys online? Are they playing something?
Yeah, no.
Are they playing Division or Siege?
No, they're on the Realm.
Not the Minecraft realm. You know what? I was thinking we should start a Terraria realm instead. That would be much
No,
Holy fucking shit, Dusty. In the stream.
Oh, you're one of the monkeys.
Oh my god.
Oh, I know.
How many
who
times have you
are.
quote gonna end the stream? said it like 8
The
times.
monkeys are in
Cody,
here,
in the
bro.
time from when you first said you were gonna end the stream, I could have driven to your house and ended it for you.
Yeah, I could have fucking
Alright.
driven there and
Alright.
back.
All right, the boys are getting antsy. It's time to go, boys. All right. Thanks for tuning in. We'll probably do 1 or 2 more before the season kicks off, and when the season kicks off, I probably won't have the time to do this. So,
Want to be editing all the videos.
probably gonna be quiet for a few weeks. We're all recovering from the trip financially and physically,
Mentally, spiritually.
spiritually, yeah.
You're wise.
So-
Yeah, fucking.
We'll probably go out to play a few more times before the season kicks off. Probably once or twice in March.
UGB.
Probably maybe once in March, once in April, and then we're gonna be dedicated to our fields doing stuff. So, for you guys here, there will be another training day event hosted by the Imperials this time, which is our ally group. They want to take the head on it this time. We will be there. I will be there. But I'm not going to be
Because
heading
then
it like I was last
I've told him 800 times to get a scope cam. He's lazy and won't buy one.
the 4K zoom, and when I zoom in and editing, it works pretty okay. I
Just get a
I
zoom
ain't
cam.
disgusted by it.
Get zoom cam.
Listen, monkeys, you guys can always team up with us. You're always welcome. You guys do a good job. We use you guys to the best of our ability. And you're always welcome to run on our faction.
All
You
right.
could try running with us if you'd like. You got to keep up though. We move quick sometimes.
You move quick.
Yeah.
Come on, come on. If I
Dude, you should have
recall,
seen it last time me and Oracle and Dusty went rucking, we made Cody jog for like 50 meters, and he was crying.
that's because I don't run, especially with weight. I don't run. Listen, the last time we went rucking, my ruck was like twice as heavy as your guys's, all right? And I was still keeping up for
You're the one who
most of
wants
the
to lose
trip.
the most weight.
Yeah, but you're over here acting like I can't do it, and I was doing it. I was managing, bro. I was dope.
I just saw his reaction on the stream like 9 seconds after that happened, and
Yeah, because every 30 minutes we cycle back to Dusty's slow. Dusty runs flanks. Dusty's fat.
Dusty, you're fat. You're
Dusty,
fat.
you're fat.
You're
You're
fat.
fat. You
You're
need to
fat.
lose
You're
weight.
so fat.
You need to lose
You're
weight.
such a
You're so
fat
fat.
ass.
you're fat.
You
You're
don't
fucking
even fit in your camo anymore. You're too
fat
fat.
ass. And the fucking stream already. It's been
Dusty,
going
your
for
whole
4 hours.
body recoils when a BB hits it.
Jesus, you guys are terrible. But
If I ran
I
into
might
it,
get
bounced off
I
the
might
trampoline.
get a scope cam at some point. But look forward in April 20th, I think, guys. It's gonna be a training day. I'll be there. Some of the warfighters will probably be there. It's gonna be hosted by and operated by the Imperials this time. They were there last time, but I was the one helming it. They're helming it this time because they want a chance to do it. And it's gonna be also a swap meet at Coles. So it's gonna be a training day hybrid swap meet at Coles, the 20th of April. And then I think the first week of May, early May, maybe late May, I don't remember. But May is going to be the first game of the year. So weather's been good. Okay, Gavin with the one. That's it. I'm stopping the stream. You guys are terrible. Listen, that happens sometimes, all right? It is. I won't lie. It happens sometimes. But sometimes, you only talk about when it. You only talk about when it goes bad, okay?
You can hide behind.
God, he's slow at ending the stream too.
You only talk about it when it goes bad. You don't mention it when we
Gavin,
get 30 kills and we
you know
wipe
how hard
squads.
it
Come
is for
on.
him to find a tree that he can hide behind. They don't make trees that big.